Rider by Jackie James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Chapter 1. Rider. "Let me get this butted up there and put in the screws, then we'll only have one more sheet." "Don't worry, I got it," Desi said, but I could hear the strain in his voice. We'd been hanging this drywall on the ceiling all morning, and I knew his arms were tired from being stretched up over his head. Desi was a powerhouse, but at 5'5", doing ceilings was his least favorite job. Just as I started to put in the screws, my phone rang. "If you need to answer that, I got this, man." "No, we got a job to do, so whoever is calling can wait," I grumbled. If I stopped working to answer the phone every time it rang, we'd never get any work finished. "True," Desi said. "But if you can't answer the phone and talk to customers, we might be finished." "We're doing just fine. We have plenty of work." "We do, but we could have more if you'd get somebody to answer the phones," he said, as I put in the last screw, and he lowered his arms. He groaned and rolled his shoulders to help relieve the tension. "Last one," I said, motioning to the piece of sheetrock leaning against the wall. "You good for one more?" "You know I am. Let's get this done." Hanging the drywall was a two-person job, but once we got the last one up, I sent him to work on something else, and I spent the rest of the afternoon finishing out the ceiling. We'd taken proper care and time in putting up the sheets of drywall, so the taping and mudding went fast, and I was able to knock it out by quitting time. We'd cleaned up and headed to the truck by the time I remembered to check my messages. One was from a woman who said she needed to get an estimate on having her kitchen remodeled. Kitchen jobs were my favorite, and were the most profitable jobs we did, so that was good news. The next message was from the same woman letting me know not to bother calling back. She'd found 3 people to do estimates already, and that was all her husband had asked for. I checked the time from the first call to now, and it hadn't even been 4 hours. What did she think? That I didn't have anything better to do than answer the phone? Okay, that wasn't fair, and I knew it. It wasn't that she didn't think I had anything better to do. She just expected my business to operate like some of the bigger ones, where the owner sat in an office all day answering the phone, and the employees did the work. But that wasn't the way Davis Construction and Remodeling worked. I'd never wanted to spend my time pent up in an office. At least it was Thursday, and I was already planning to meet the guys for a beer tonight, because that sounded like exactly what I needed. That and a nice long ride first to clear my head. I went home, took a shower, and then got dressed to ride. The second I slid onto the seat of my bike, the day started to fade away, and once I started the powerful engine up, it was gone. Nothing short of a good fuck made me feel the way riding did. I put on my helmet and tore out of the garage, having already decided to take the long way to the bar. By the time I walked into Big O's, the bar my friend Owen owned, Max, Lucas, and Cooper were already sitting in our normal spot at the end of the bar. We all worked hard, and we tried to meet up at least once a week at Owen's place to let off a little steam. Because of our businesses, we didn't always all make it, but we tried. I was pleased to see Cooper was here this week. He ran a landscaping company, and this time of year he often worked until dark. Lucas was always here unless he was on a deadline to finish one of the custom bikes he built, and Max owned a heating and air company. "Hey, guys," I said, taking a seat. "What's up?" "Not much, Ryder," Max said. "How about you?" "Not a thing," I said. "But I need a beer." "Where's Owen?" I asked, looking around and not seeing either him or the bartender, Josh. "Josh isn't here yet, and Owen is dealing with something in the back," Lucas said. "No problem, I'll grab one myself." "Do you need another?" I asked Max, but he shook his head. "Nope, this is my last one tonight." "I'll take one," Coop said. I grabbed a beer and popped the top off, handing it to Coop. A guy further down raised a finger, indicating that he needed one as well, so I did the same for him, just as Josh rushed in the front door. "Where's Owen?" Josh asked, rushing around the bar. "He had to handle something in the back. I was just pitching in until you got here." I handed him the beer I'd pulled for the guy at the far end, grabbed one for myself, and went to sit down. Owen rushed out of the back just then, relief flooding his features when he saw Josh behind the bar. He spoke to him for a minute, and then came down to where we all sat. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Yeah. A delivery came late, and I had to sign for it. Josh's class ran late, so he wasn't here, and Todd was slammed in the kitchen, so he couldn't do it. I think I need to hire him some more help." "You and me both, brother," Lucas said. "Problem is, these custom bikes all have my name on them, and I'm not willing to put one out that I'm not sure is up to my standards." "Make that 3 of us," I sighed. I lost another job today. I was putting up drywall and couldn't stop to answer the phone. By the time she called back and left a voicemail, she'd found someone to do the job. "You're gonna have to figure something out, man. That isn't good for your business," Max pointed out. "Tell me about it," I said. "The guy I used to work for had a rule that all calls had to be returned within 24 hours, and I've always tried to follow his example. But the internet and cell phones changed that. Now people expect immediate contact." "That they do," Lucas agreed. "Things are changing." "I like my business the way it is," I grumbled. "It's just me and Desi, and if we have a job we can't handle, we hire in some day labor. He keeps telling me I need to hire an office person, but I don't have time to train anyone to do the job the way I would want it done. Besides, I don't have an office." "Well, for me, it's not so complicated," Owen said. "I just need to run an ad. Unless any of you guys know anyone with kitchen experience that's looking for work, Todd will train them. How about you, Coop? Wasn't that last boy of yours a cook?" "He is, but he moved back to Dallas. He decided Austin wasn't for him." "I wondered what happened to him," I said. Cooper shrugged. "It's no big deal. We were only playing around. He wasn't looking for a full-time daddy, and I wasn't looking for a part-time boy. It was fun, though. Hell, I wish I had the time or the energy for even a part-time boy at this point," Lucas said, draining the last of his beer. He set the empty bottle down on the counter and nodded at Josh, who put another beer in front of him. "Same here, my friend," I said. "As it is, I barely have the time or energy to jerk off, much less to take proper care of a boy." "When you find the right boy, you'll make the time, trust me," Max said with a grin. "Speaking of which, it's time for me to head home." He was the only one of us in a relationship. He'd been with his boy, Travis, for a few years now. "Have a good night, Max," I said. "Oh, I plan to. Don't worry about me." He gave us a wink, drained the last of his beer, and walked out to go home to Travis. "That's one lucky son of a bitch," Coop said. "He is," I agreed. "But I'm not sure he has room to talk about making time for a boy, though. Travis seemed to fit into his life like he'd always been there. I don't think it would be that easy for most of us." "I know it isn't for me," Lucas said. "I tried, and all I ended up with was a pissed-off boy because I didn't spend enough time with him. Not that he was wrong, mind you, but I've got a business to run." "Yeah," I nodded in agreement. "Been there, done that. Didn't much care for it. I'm perfectly happy on my own. I know where to find play partners when I want one." Which hadn't been very often here lately, I reminded myself. It seemed like more of a hassle than it was worth. What I needed was a regular play partner, someone who wasn't like my ex, expecting me to coddle them and treat them like a child. I didn't have the time or the patience for that. I needed something different, something I'd given up hope of finding. Chapter 2. Brennan. I sighed and rested my head on the steering wheel of my car. That was another interview for a job that I could do in my sleep but wouldn't get. I knew that at some point I was going to have to give up on the idea of using my degree and take whatever I could get, but I wasn't ready to do that yet. So far, I'd applied for everything that made sense for someone with a business degree and no work experience, unless you counted a job as a cashier at a local pet store and a short-lived stint as a barista. As excited as I was to be finished with school, I had to admit, getting a degree in something generic like business hadn't been my smartest move. I headed back to the house I was sharing with my old college roommate, Keegan. When we were in college, the plan hadn't been for both of us to move to Austin. I was supposed to stay in San Marcos with my boyfriend. Too bad my boyfriend didn't tell me his plan was to move to Atlanta without me. Everyone else had been sending out resumes and networking to help them start their careers, and I'd been foolishly dreaming about redecorating the living room and planning what flowers I could plant at what I thought was going to be our house. I was such a fool. Lucky for me, when my plan fell apart, Keegan immediately offered me a place to stay and time to get on my feet. He'd always known he was coming back to Austin. He was fortunate enough to have both a house and a job waiting for him, and I was fortunate to have him as a friend. I stopped at the local coffee shop near the house to get a cup before going home and spending the evening contemplating the failure thus far of my existence. Noticing the help wanted sign on the door, as much as I hated to, I asked the girl behind the counter for an application. I couldn't keep living off my meager savings and Keegan's goodwill, no matter what he said. Back at the house, I set my coffee and the application on the table, then grabbed my laptop and an ink pen. I opened my email to check it one last time before I gave in and filled out the application. For just a second, I thought maybe I'd been saved from a future making half-calf sugar-free cinnamon soy skinny lattes, and I hurriedly opened the email from Baker & Sullivan, a company I'd interviewed with 2 days ago. But instead of salvation, all I found was another letter thanking me for interviewing and letting me know they'd gone with a candidate with more experience. Well, fuck. I grabbed the paper application, and seriously, who the hell even uses paper applications anymore, and started filling it out. I was about a quarter of the way through when I took a drink of the coffee, only to find that it wasn't hot anymore. I carried the cup into the kitchen and got a mug out of the cabinet. I stared at it for a moment, wondering if it was microwave safe. Most of the dishes had been in the house when Keegan inherited the property from his aunt, so who knew how old it was? I shrugged and decided to take my chances. As I walked by the sink to get to the microwave, I heard a strange sound. I paused and listened for a second. It sounded kind of like maybe someone was spraying the side of the house with a water hose. Weird. Maybe Mrs. Perkins next door was having her house power washed or something. I popped my cup in the microwave and hit the 30-second button. It shouldn't take long. The coffee wasn't really cold, it just wasn't hot the way I liked it. When the microwave beeped, I took out the cup and tested it. Much better. I noticed the sound of the water wasn't as loud on this side of the room, so maybe not Mrs. Perkins then? As I headed back to the dining room where my laptop sat, I could just barely hear the water, but it was bothering me. I got up and stuck my head out the back door to see if I could tell where the sound was coming from. Keegan was out of town for a few days, and I'd been taking care of the plants he had on his patio out back. I hadn't watered them today, and I hoped I hadn't left the hose on, although surely if I had, I'd have heard it before now. I checked the hose, and it was off. I couldn't hear anything out here at all. I went back into the kitchen, and sure enough, there the sound was again. The closer I got to the kitchen sink, the louder it got. I looked around and noticed a puddle of water seeping out from the bottom of the cabinet under the sink. Well, shit. I pulled open the door and looked underneath to find a stream of water spraying against the side of the cabinet. Fuck my life. I needed to shut off the water, but I hadn't been here but a month. I had no idea where the water cutoff was. I ran back into the dining room and grabbed my phone, calling Keegan. "What's up?" he said by way of greeting. "Hey, we have a busted pipe under the sink in the kitchen. I need to shut off the water. Do you know where the main is?" "The what?" he asked. "The main water shut off to the house. Do you know where it is?" "Out by the road somewhere, I think. Or maybe in the laundry room. I don't know." I looked at the pipe under the sink and sighed. Tools. Do you have any tools?" I think my aunt had some out in the garage. Fuck, man, I don't have the money for a plumber right now. I maxed out my card for this trip." "Well, you know I don't. I'll figure it out. But I need to stop the water from spraying. Hold on," I said, rushing to my laptop. I typed in how to fix a broken pipe. Okay, I looked it up. The internet says I can use duct tape to fix it to buy enough time to get a plumber. Do you have any? Yeah, in that drawer next to the stove, he said. I put him on speaker and set the phone on the kitchen counter. Let me see. I dug around in the drawers and finally found the tape in the bottom one. I got down on my hands and knees and quickly wrapped the tape around the pipe where it was leaking, and to my surprise, it held. I didn't expect that to work, but it did, I said, loud enough for Keegan to hear. The water has stopped. Thank goodness. But now what do we do? Well, the water was spraying out of some kind of connection, not the pipe, so I bet it's just a matter of changing out that connection and we'll be good. Do you need me to come home? He asked. No, you enjoy yourself. You've been planning this trip for ages. I got this. Okay, if you're sure. I'm sure. Chapter 3. Ryder. Today had been a shit day, like the Mondayest Monday that ever Mondayed. I was behind on this current job because the company delivered the wrong size windows, and while my customer wasn't angry with me, they were angry. They had family coming in next weekend and were hoping to have their new sunroom finished in time for the gathering. When I got the job, I'd told them I could have it done in time, no problem. But this was the third delay through no fault of my own, and I didn't know if I could get the correct windows delivered in time. I hated letting people down. Honoring my commitments was important to me, as was the reputation of my business. There wasn't anything else we could do there until I got the windows, and it was too late in the day to start a new job, so I sent Desi home and came to my favorite place, the local home improvement store. That may sound crazy to some people, but I loved it. This was the place I came to look at flooring, to get ideas for future projects, and to buy the supplies I needed to knock things off my to-do list. Nothing boosted my mood like tackling a project on my list, and after today I needed a boost. It seemed like a good day to change the faucet in my spare bathroom. That had been on my list for ages, and it would be a quick project that I could finish tonight. I grabbed a cart and headed to the plumbing section. Took me a while to get there, of course, because I swear, I was such a sucker for stuff on the end caps. But I really needed a new garden hose, and you can never have too many pairs of work gloves. I turned the cart down the correct aisle and stopped in front of the faucets. I'd been slowly redoing that bathroom, so I already had a good idea of what I was looking for. It didn't take me but a minute to find the rubbed bronze faucet with the high arch that I'd planned on buying. Luckily, there was one left on the shelf, so I put it in my cart. I started to leave, when a conversation from the next aisle over caught my attention. Good Lord, Keegan, I have no idea what to buy. The video made it look so easy, but you should see all this stuff. U's and L's and T's, and they come in all different kinds. Like there are light blue plastic ones and white plastic ones and dark gray plastic ones. But they all have different names, so I don't think the color is the only difference. Then there are also metal ones in both gold and silver. I have no idea what I need. Look, I'm going to go and watch the video again. Maybe then things will make more sense. I chuckled to myself. Sounded like another do-it-yourselfer who had no idea how to do it himself. I should have just kept going. I didn't work here, and there were plenty of people who did, who could help the guy out. But there was something in his voice that made me want to help. I reminded myself that it wasn't my job to fix this stranger's problem, as I slowly pushed my cart to the end of this aisle, giving someone else a chance to jump in and help. But when I turned my cart around the corner to the aisle where he stood, I was glad no one had. He had curly blonde hair and a swimmer's body that was accentuated by his low-hung jeans and tight-fitting blue t-shirt. I'd guess he was somewhere in his mid-20s and knew nothing about plumbing, if the way he was picking things up, examining them, and then shaking his head before putting them back was any indication. Couldn't hurt to give a pretty young boy a hand, now could it? I walked up to him and said, "Hey, do you need help?" "No, I got it, thanks," he mumbled, looking at his phone. I glanced over his shoulder to see that he was watching a video of a guy replacing a pipe under a sink. He said no, so that should have been enough for me to just keep going with a clear conscience. I asked, he refused, end of story. But then he looked up at me with big blue eyes under long, beautiful lashes. It's just, he makes it look so simple, you know? Yeah, no way I was walking away now. I take it you have a leak under your sink, I asked. A leak? More like a geyser. But the pipe isn't broken. It's the part where the pipe changes directions for some reason. I mean, wouldn't it make more sense to just go straight to where it needs to go instead of looking like a freaking spaghetti highway down there? Look, kid, plumbing is like life. If you know what the pipe's purpose is, where they're coming from and where they're going, it all makes sense. Oh my God, he said, throwing his hands up in the air. Doesn't that just fucking figure? This was such a shit day. And now I'm stuck in a hardware store with a hotter-than-fuck stranger who's talking about plumbing, using metaphors like he's freaking Socrates or some shit. He glared at me. Plumbing is like life, he mimicked. I forced myself not to laugh, which was hard because, in hindsight, it was a pretty stupid thing to say. Instead, I ignored the fact that he called me hot and focused on the fact that he was having a meltdown in the local home improvement store. Apparently not over a burst pipe, but over... Well, I wasn't sure exactly what over, but obviously something bigger than a pipe. Shit, he continued. I can't figure out what my purpose is or where I'm going, so how am I supposed to use that metaphor to figure out a bunch of stupid pipes? Hey, I said gently, reaching out and placing my hand on his forearm. What's your name? He ignored my question and continued on. I should have just called a plumber, but I don't have a job, and I wanted to save the money. Besides, I should know how to do stuff like this. Isn't knowing how to fix stuff like this basically adulting 101? Actually, a lot of people have no idea how to do things like this. That's why plumbers always have so much work. Really? Are you a plumber? No. But I bet you know how to do it, don't you? How to fix all kinds of shit. And maybe it isn't adulting 101, but it sure is a requirement to keep your man card, now isn't it? There was a lot to unpack in that statement about his man card, especially since just a few seconds ago he called me hot. But this wasn't the place for a major intervention. Instead, all I could do was try to make him feel a little bit better. Says who? Nobody gets to set rules about what makes you a real man. He let out a wry chuckle. Yeah, well, tell that to my dad. His eyes got even larger, if that was possible, when what he'd just said hit him. He let out a deep breath, and his shoulders dropped. The spirited man who had mimicked me a second ago was gone, and in his place was a young guy who was obviously at the end of his rope. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. What did you say your name was? It's Ryder. Well, Ryder, I'm sorry for dumping my crap all over you. I just had a shit day, you know? I'm job searching, and it isn't going well, and I just moved here, so when the pipe burst, I didn't have anyone to call. Back home, I could have called my dad, and while he would have given me crap for not knowing what to do, he would have come and fixed it, you know? But still, none of that's your problem. You were just trying to help. I'm sorry you've had a shit day. Mine was going pretty bad, too, but now it's looking up. Oh, really? How's that? Do you enjoy having helpless strangers dump all their emotional baggage on you in the middle of the plumbing aisle? I laughed. No, but I do always like an opportunity to help a beautiful stranger. Now tell me your name and tell me about the geyser in your kitchen. He blushed, which had to be just about the most adorable thing I'd seen in ages. It's Brennan, and as far as the pipe, I don't know. I heard water spraying, and it took me a minute to find it. It was actually the puddle on the kitchen floor that kind of clued me into the location. Anyway, I opened up the cabinet door, and the place where the pipe was attached to the other pipe had water spraying out. Okay, so your fitting is broken, not the pipe. Right. So I called my roommate, Keegan. It's actually his house. He's just letting me stay there till I find a job and get situated here in Austin. Anyway, I called him and asked him where the water cutoff was, because stopping the water was most important. I nodded, agreeing with him. But he didn't know where it was. So I grabbed some duct tape because a video said that would be an okay temporary fix, and then watched another video on how to fix it. And now, here we are. He threw his hands out to the side, palms up in a "what are you going to do" gesture. So you didn't get the water turned off? I asked. No, but the video was right about the tape. The water stopped spraying. Okay, that's important. Water can do a lot of damage in a short time, so you did good. Really? He asked. Yes, really. But the problem is you can't fix it with the water on. You're going to have to take the pipe apart to replace the joint. I guess I knew that on some level, but I thought I'd figure it out when I got that far. Why don't we do this? Let's get the things we need to fix it, and I'll come and take care of it for you. I was already planning on doing some plumbing tonight anyway, as you can see. I gestured to my cart. It might as well be yours instead. Mine isn't urgent, just something that's on my list to do at some point. Oh, I couldn't ask you to do that. You didn't ask. I volunteered. Come on, let me do it. He looked at me for a minute, trying to decide. I could tell he wanted to do it, but he wasn't sure if he should, which made sense. He didn't know me from Adam, and he was a cute little thing. Look, I'm not the big bad wolf, I promise. This is what I do for a living, honest. I thought you said you weren't a plumber. I'm not. Here, look. I took out my wallet and pulled out one of my cards. Davis Construction and Remodeling, turning your dream home into your reality. That's a great tagline, he said with a grin. It is, isn't it? I wish I could take credit for it, but my sister came up with it. But see, I really do know how to fix your problem. Yeah, but I can't afford to pay you. No job, remember? I don't want to charge you. I just want to help. It probably won't take me but a few minutes. It's no big deal. He looked at me again, and then back at my card. Finally, he nodded and said, Okay, but you have to let me cook your dinner in exchange. It's the least I can do. I'd never turn down a home-cooked meal. Okay, then. He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. Show me what to buy. Chapter 4. Brennan. Ryder had been so patient and kind as we shopped. He explained what all the different parts were, and I never would have come home with the right stuff if he hadn't been with me. I didn't even know plumber's tape was a thing, much less how to use it. He bought various fittings because I hadn't thought to get measurements and didn't know what size I needed, but he assured me it was no big deal and he could use whatever we didn't need in his job. I didn't know if that was true or not, but it made me feel better, at least until we got up to the checkout and he insisted on paying. He said because he'd keep the fittings we didn't use and we'd only use a tiny bit of the glue and the tape, that it only made sense for him to pay. I argued that the stuff he'd get to keep was a small price for me to pay to get the pipes fixed, but he refused to budge, instead insisting that dinner would be his payment. I could have insisted, and I was pretty sure he would have let me pay, but he seemed to take some kind of pleasure out of doing it, so I let him. That meant this needed to be the best darn dinner I ever made. I tried to fix dinner as often as possible to thank Keegan for letting me stay with him, so I knew I'd have the ingredients to put something together. I gave him the address, and he assured me he knew where the neighborhood was. He wanted to swing by his place and get some tools first, and then he'd meet me there. I hopped in a car and did a quick Google search for Davis Remodeling. Then I called Keegan. I have someone coming to fix the sink, I said as soon as he answered. Okay, I feel like I missed something here. Like 10 minutes ago you were having a meltdown in the home improvement store because you didn't know what to buy, and now someone is coming? Did you give up and call a plumber? I wasn't having a meltdown. I was just confused. Okay, that wasn't a lie. I wasn't having a meltdown when I was talking to Keegan. My meltdown happened a few minutes later when Ryder looked at me with his warm, caring brown eyes. Eyes that said, "Tell me everything, Brennan." Anyway, there was a guy in there who offered to help, and we got to talking, and he's going to come and fix the pipe. Okay. Does he know what he's doing? Keegan, think about the alternative, which was for me to fix it. He's bound to know more than I do. It just seems odd for some random guy to offer to come fix the plumbing. Unless he thinks you're cute. Brennan, does he think you're cute? He teased. I doubt he thinks I'm cute, I lied, because I was pretty sure he did. Heaven only knows why after I spewed all my baggage all over him in the store. He probably just felt sorry for me. He gave me his card, Davis Construction and Remodeling, and I checked out his website once I got in the car. The website is kinda sad, but he's done some really nice kitchen remodels. Okay, well, call me when he's done and let me know you're okay. I will. I got to the house and did a quick run-through to make sure things were picked up. This was one instance where Keegan being out of town was to my benefit. It wasn't that he was a slob, so much as a living, breathing tornado who left a disaster in his wake. But since he wasn't home, it didn't take me long. When everything was tidied up, I went into the kitchen to see what I could cook for dinner. I pulled out a chicken and put it on the counter. I could roast it and serve it with some mashed potatoes and fresh green beans, and we should be good. I preheated the oven and got to work on the chicken. By the time he knocked on the front door, there was a pot of water going on the stove for the potatoes, and I was sliding the chicken into the oven. I opened the door, and there he stood, all 6 feet of hotness right there on my porch. For just a second, I forgot what I was doing, but then he said, "I have my tools if you're going to let me in." He held them up, showing me his big tool bag, and that was enough to bring me back to my senses. Of course, sorry. Follow me, I'll show you where the problem is. I led him to the kitchen and opened the cabinet door. It's a mess under there, but I figured I'd wait until everything was fixed before I cleaned it up and dried it out. He walked to the sink and held onto the cabinet for balance while he squatted down to take a look. I tried to look at anything except his ass in those jeans, but it was a losing battle because that ass was perfect. As he leaned forward to get a better look, the muscles in his back tightened, and all the blood in my body ran south. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, then gave myself a stern talking to. He was here to fix the sink, as a favor, not to be ogled and drooled over. He stood up quickly, turning towards me, and I jumped, looking away, hoping he didn't catch me checking him out. But the smirk on his face told me I'd been busted. Okay, so first thing is, I'll need to find the water shut off. The easiest might be at the street, but you need to find out where the shut-off is to the house itself. That's something you need to know. Yeah, as soon as Keegan gets home from his trip, we'll find out where it's located. Okay, I'm going to run and shut it off out there, and I'll be right back. It didn't take him but a second, and he was back. Then he went to work on my leak while I finished getting dinner ready. The timing worked out really well, and just as he was finishing up under the sink, I finished up dinner. I don't know what you made, but it smells amazing. I felt my face flush and knew I was blushing again, damn it. Something about this guy really got to me. It's roast chicken with garlic mashed potatoes, sautéed green beans, and some gravy. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. It sounds like heaven if you ask me. I pretty much live on takeout and sandwiches. You don't cook dinner for yourself? I asked. No, it's too much trouble for one. The only meal I cook is breakfast. I make a mean omelet. Yeah, I don't usually cook if it's just me either. The bathroom's right down the hall if you want to get cleaned up, and I'll get the food on the table so we can eat when you're done. He flashed me a quick smile and went down the hallway. I set the table and put the food in the center. It looked like the kind of meal I'd want to make every night for the man I loved. But for now, it would make a nice thank you to Ryder for helping me out. Once we were seated, he looked around at the food. Wow, Brennan, this looks amazing. Thanks. I really enjoy cooking. I can see that. We hadn't talked much while he worked. It was hard to do with his head under the cabinet, but the conversation flowed easily as we ate. He told me about his supplier sending the wrong windows, and I told him about my interview for another job I was sure I wouldn't get. He was kind and encouraging, telling me he was sure I'd find something soon. I didn't know if I believed it, but it was nice to hear anyway. When we finished our meal, he pushed back from the table and smiled. "Brennan, that was the best meal I've had in ages." "Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it." "I did." His phone started to ring, and he pulled it out of his pocket and looked at the screen. "Crap, sorry. I need to take this. It's the customer I told you about with the wrong windows." He stood from the table and stepped out the double doors onto the patio. I watched him through the glass doors as he paced while he talked, and I could tell the conversation wasn't going well. And while I hated that for him, watching him move was fascinating. Even the way he walked was powerful. I went over to the counter and grabbed my phone. I quickly snapped a picture of Ryder and shot a message to Keegan. He wasn't gay, but he spent years listening to me talk about guys. He knew my type and would get it. Me. Just wanted to let you know everything is fine here. I mean, really fine. Then I sent the picture. "Keegan, that's the guy you found at the hardware store?" "Yep." "So what are you going to do with him?" "I don't know. I barely know him." "You don't need to know him to fuck him, right?" "It's just weird because he was so nice and fixed the sink. It isn't like I'm at a club or a party and can just be like, hey, let's find a dark corner and go for a quickie." "Nope. But where you are is even better. You have an empty house and a bed. You could do better than a quickie if you wanted." "True enough." "I say go for it. What's the worst thing that can happen?" "He could laugh at me. Did you see how hot he is?" "Don't be stupid. All the guys think you're adorable." "All right, looks like he's about to come back in. We'll let you know what happens." Ryder came back in the door with a grim look on his face. "Sorry about that, but when I told him to call me when he got home from work, I didn't know we'd be having dinner." "It's fine, really. Did you work things out?" "I hope so, but I don't want to bore you with my work problems." "You're not honest." I knew he was getting ready to leave. We were done with dinner and there was no reason for him to stay. But I also knew I didn't want him to leave. I'd been in a relationship with Patrick for 2 years, but before that I'd had plenty of one-night stands and hookups. It was probably time I got back in the saddle, so to speak, and Ryder checked all my boxes. The question was, would he be up for it? Chapter 5. Ryder. For a day that had started out as absolute shit, it sure had ended on a much higher note. A delicious meal and great company were hard to beat, and when I complimented his cooking and he blushed, I couldn't help but smile. He may have been clueless when it came to handyman stuff, but he obviously had skills in the kitchen. I hadn't been exaggerating when I said it was one of the best meals I'd eaten in ages. And that made me wonder what other areas he had skills in. "Not why you're here, Ryder," I reminded myself. "You came because he needed your help, and then he cooked you dinner, which was thanks enough. Best to get out of here before he got the idea you were expecting him to show you gratitude in a different way. Especially with him standing there looking at me like that." "Okay, well, you should be all set. Thanks again for the meal, Brennan. I'm going to grab my tool bag and I'll get out of your way." "You could stay for a while if you want to, Ryder," he said sweetly, looking up at me again through those long lashes. And damn, it ought to be a crime to be so pretty. "Brennan, I'm not sure what you're thinking we'd do if I stayed, but I'm trying to be a gentleman here, so unless you're offering what I think you are, you need to just tell me goodnight and let me get on my way." He moved towards me, slipping his hands up under my shirt, and I stood still as a statue, watching him, waiting to see what he'd do. With his blonde curls and his big blue eyes, he was a deadly mix of sweetness and sin, which pretty much did it for me. Keeping one hand on my abdomen, he slid the other one up over my chest, running his fingers through the hair he found there, and I bit back a moan. "Ryder, I'm offering you whatever you want. For tonight, anyway. You know you don't owe me anything for fixing your plumbing, right? I don't want you to think I expect anything. I forced myself to say, giving him a chance to change his mind, even though I was praying he wouldn't. What I want right now has nothing to do with gratitude, I promise. I cupped his face in my hands, looked into his eyes, and thanked God I didn't see any reason to doubt him. I lowered my gaze to his mouth, and he darted out his tongue, running it along his lips. Oh, baby boy, you're killing me. I covered his mouth with mine, and he opened for me with no hesitation. He pressed his body tight against mine, enthusiastically returning my kiss. I wanted more than this. I wanted to feel skin. So I grabbed the bottom of his shirt and pulled it up over his head. He raised his arm so I could get it off, and as soon as it was, he started tugging on mine. I want to feel your bare chest against mine, he said. He wasn't getting any argument from me, so I unbuttoned the shirt as quickly as I could, and then shrugged it off my shoulders. He pushed it down my arms and tossed it aside, immediately pressing our bodies back together. You feel so good. I knew you would, he said. And then we were kissing again, our hands exploring and our tongues tasting. It felt like I couldn't get close enough. His hands dropped to the waistband of my jeans, and he went to work getting my belt undone. I reached down and stopped him, and the pout he gave me was almost enough to make me come right there. I ran my thumb over his pouty bottom lip and grinned at him. It was like he knew all my triggers, and he didn't even realize it. Maybe we should take this to another room. Like maybe a bedroom, I suggested. Yeah, a bedroom. Good idea. He looked up at me again, his blue eyes dark with lust, and his lips red and swollen from my kisses. And for just a second, I considered sweeping everything off the table and taking him right there. But he stepped back and held out his hand for me. I took it and he turned, leading me down the hall. As soon as we got inside the bedroom, neither of us wasted any time removing the rest of our clothing. He went to the table beside the bed and took out a condom and a bottle of lube, setting them on the table in easy reach. I didn't wait for him to come back where I stood. Instead, I stepped right up behind him, wrapping my arms around him, kissing and sucking at his neck. He pushed his body back against me, rubbing his ass on my hard cock. If you keep that up, this'll be over before we even start, I cautioned. He laughed and turned in my arms. Well, we wouldn't want that now, would we? He kissed me again, then turned and crawled up on the bed on all fours. If you want it, come and get it. Any other time, a comment like that would have gotten my boy a spanking and a reminder of who exactly was in charge here. But this wasn't my boy, and that wasn't what this was about. So instead, I reached over to the table and grabbed the lube and a condom. I tore open the package and rolled the condom over my length, then slid onto the bed behind him, getting into position. How do you want it? I asked. Hard and fast, if that works for you. Oh, baby, that works for me just fine. I popped open the lube and drizzled it down his crack, letting it run over his hole. Then I poured some in one hand, using it to stroke my cock, while I used the other to tease his entrance. I slipped one finger in, and he moaned, pushing back against it. I slid in a second finger and watched as he fucked himself on my hand. As soon as I thought he was ready for me, I pulled my fingers out and replaced them with my cock. Oh, yes, he hissed, as I slid slowly inside him. I stopped once I was balls deep, waiting for him to let me know he was ready. When he started rocking back against me, I knew he was. One more time just to make sure. Hard and fast, right? Oh, yeah, he confirmed, pushing back against me. Okay, then. You better hold on. I gripped both his hips with my hands to keep him in place as I pulled out and pushed back into him, deep. He clutched the bedspread in his hands and chanted yes over and over as I thrust into him hard and fast, just as he'd requested. He slid one hand underneath himself and began to stroke his cock, and I continued to pound him. It didn't take but a few minutes before his channel tightened around my cock, and he cried out, coming all over the covers beneath him. "Fuck," I groaned, as I joined him in plunging over the edge and filling the condom. I ran my hands over his ass and down his thighs and laughed. "Brennan, that was fucking amazing." It was, wasn't it? Unfortunately, now I'm lying in a puddle of cum, and just so you know, I blame you." "Oh, do you?" "Yep, I do." I reached down and carefully held the condom as I pulled out of his body. "Where should I put this?" "There's a bathroom right through there," he said, pointing to a door. "Okay, let me get rid of this, and I'll bring back something you can use to clean up." "Don't bother. I'm just going to hop in the shower anyway. You're welcome to join me if you want, or if you need to get going, I understand." I was seriously tempted to stay and go another round, but I had to work in the morning, and since he was giving me the perfect out, I decided to take it. "No, it's getting late, and I have to work tomorrow. But thank you for dinner, and for that." I motioned towards the bed. "It was just what I needed tonight." "I think it was just what we both needed tonight," he said, stepping close to me and turning his head up for a kiss. I brushed my lips against his, and he pulled back. "Thanks for everything. Dinner, fixing the plumbing, and for a fabulous orgasm. It was perfect." "Glad I could be of service," I teased. "You go hop in the shower, and I'll let myself out." Chapter 6. Brennan. I'd thought going to interviews and not getting the jobs was the worst, but this week had taught me differently. What was even worse was not even getting any interviews. When Keegan got home and saw my application for the coffee shop, he convinced me not to turn it in. He was so sure I'd find something soon. I just wished I had as much confidence in myself as he did. My bank account was getting seriously low. I was running out of time, and if I didn't find something soon, I was going to have to go back home. It would suck, but I knew I could get a job there. Not a good one, but some money would be better than none. I'd already paid all my bills for this month and had enough saved to pay next month's, but that would be it. I looked at the calendar and decided I'd give Keegan's plan until the end of the month, and if I hadn't found anything by then, I'd start applying for whatever I could get. Keegan was a good friend, but I wasn't his responsibility. If I had any job at all, I could pay half the bills, which would help him out. He may have had a job waiting for him here, but it was still entry-level, so it didn't pay great. That gave me a week and a half to find something. "It's Friday night. Let's go out," Keegan said. "No, I'm not feeling it. Besides, I don't want to spend the money. The drinks are so pricey at the clubs." "We don't have to go to one of the clubs. We could go to a bar if you want. I ran into one of my old high school buddies the other day, and he said he's working at one of the local bars. We could go over there. He mentioned they were short-staffed, so if you're determined to get a job, maybe you could work there. The money's bound to be better than the coffee shop." "I don't know much about making mixed drinks and stuff." Keegan laughed. "Brennan, this is a local dive bar, not a high-end joint. I'm guessing the mixed drinks are pretty simple and that they mostly serve beer. Besides, he said while it isn't a gay bar, the owner is gay, and they have quite a few customers who are. I bet you could rake in the tip money working there." "The hours probably would be good for me to still be able to make interviews and stuff for other jobs," I admitted. "I don't know if it's a good job for me, though. I guess it depends on the bar. It couldn't hurt to check it out." "Exactly. Besides, even if you decide you don't want to work there, we can grab a beer. And Josh says the food is great, too." "Okay, sounds good to me. I need to change clothes, though. Even if it isn't a fancy place, I'm not going in sweats." "Yeah," Keegan agreed. And if you want a job there, you should probably dress the part, just in case you need to make a good first impression. Dress the part? The part of what, a bartender? I don't even know what that looks like. You know, tight jeans and a snug t-shirt. That's what most of the ones I've seen are wearing. I'm not going to pick someone up. Besides, I don't plan to talk to anyone about a job tonight. All I want to do is scope out the place and see if I even want to ask. You do you, man. I'm just saying, you ought to be prepared in case the opportunity presents itself. Okay, point taken, I conceded, as I went to get ready. Keeping what Keegan had said in mind, I took extra time with my hair. I had a love-hate relationship with my curly hair. On the one hand, I thought it made me look younger than I was and more cute than sexy. On the other hand, guys seemed to love it. I'd contemplated cutting it shorter to make the curls less obvious, but I always chickened out in the end. I wasn't sure if cute would get me as many tips behind a bar as sexy would, but I could worry about that another time. The jeans I selected weren't skin-tight, as Keegan had suggested, but they did make my ass look good, which was why they were my favorites. I paired them with a dark blue t-shirt that was my favorite. It was soft as butter and fit me perfectly. I stared at myself in the mirror for a minute, trying to decide if I could picture myself working behind a bar getting people drinks. I'd never thought about working as a bartender, but it couldn't be that much different than working as a barista, right? Chapter 7. Ryder. I pulled my bike into the parking lot at Big O's and parked next to Lucas's and Cooper's. Max wouldn't be here tonight. He didn't come when we got together over the weekends, because he reserved that time for Travis, so he only joined us on Thursdays. Other than the guys, there was hardly anyone here yet. But in another hour or so, that would change. Owen had created a great atmosphere with his bar, and he had a large group of regulars who were here every weekend. When he first told me what he wanted to do here, I wasn't sure it would work, but I'd liked the idea. I'd never really been much of a club person, rather preferring a bar atmosphere, but I'd never really fit in at most of the gay bars in town, and straight bars were a crapshoot. You never knew how that was going to go. Owen's idea was to create a space where people would be comfortable stopping in after work and grabbing a beer, no matter who they were. No frills, no dress code, no fuss, and absolutely no homophobia tolerated. It had a homey dive bar feel to it, and there was a loyal clientele made up of local men and women who wanted a friendly place to stop for a drink after a hard day's work, and a place to hang out, play pool, and have a little fun on the weekends. The familiar smell of beer and nachos greeted me as I walked in. Country music was blaring on the jukebox, and the few patrons who were already there seemed to be getting a head start on the weekend. I made my way to the end of the bar where Lucas and Cooper sat. "Happy Friday, guys. We made it through another week," I said. "That we did," Cooper said. "June is always such a crazy time for me. Not that I'm complaining about the work, heaven knows, but it's like I go from nothing to can't keep up overnight." "Yeah, you got all those rich people wanting their lawns to look perfect for their pool parties and summer soirees," Lucas said. "Speaking of soirees," I said, "I was thinking about having a barbecue soon. You guys want to come?" "Hell yeah," Cooper said. "I'm in as long as it's not on the 4th. You know I'll be beat from trying to get everything finished up for everyone right before." "I'm game," Lucas said. I hadn't had the guys all over since I finished redoing the deck and added the patio to my house. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of that weekend. I wanted Desi, Angela, and my sister to come, and I know they'll be busy." "Sounds like a plan," Coop said. "How did your week go? Did you get the Ferguson sunroom finished in time?" "I did. It was a pain in the ass, though. Desi had to drive to Waco to pick up the correct windows, and I had to hire some day labor to get everything done on time. But we made it." "Awesome," Coop said, sticking his fist out for a fist bump. "How about you, Lucas? Got any cool bikes you're working on?" "Yeah, right now I'm working on a restoration job. It's an awesome bike. The guy found it in an old barn on his grandparents' property and asked them if he could have it. He said his grandfather was like, "That old thing, it was Uncle Henry's. Never knew why he insisted on keeping that piece of junk, but it's yours if you want it." "Okay, and what is it?" Owen asked, wandering over and joining our conversation. He loved bikes almost as much as Lucas did, and he could never resist a chance to talk about them. "It's a 1943 Indian Scout." "No way," Owen said reverently. "Yes way," Lucas laughed. "You can come by and see if you want." "You know I will." "We still on for tomorrow?" Coop asked. Earlier in the week, Owen had suggested we take our bikes out this Saturday. It was supposed to be a beautiful day with perfect weather for a ride. We didn't go out together all that often because it was hard to coordinate with our schedules, and this weekend was no exception. I don't know. I really want to, but I shouldn't after the window debacle and the rush to get that sunroom finished. I didn't have a chance to do invoices this week, and if invoices don't go out, I don't get paid. So I really should stay home and finish them, I said. What you should do, like you said before, is hire someone to take care of those invoices for you. You need to do it not only for your business, but for you. You need to have time off to do things you enjoy, Coop said. I know you're right, but it just seems like one more thing on a long list of things I don't have time to worry about. It's not like someone who could do all the things I need is just going to fall right into my lap, I insisted. It wasn't like I didn't know that what Coop was saying was true. Like he said, I'd been saying it for months now. But knowing it and figuring out how to make it work wasn't the same. I started to point that out when two guys walked into the bar, stopping my thoughts in their tracks. Brennan. This was the last place I expected to see him. I watched as Josh rushed over to greet them like he knew them, which I guess made sense. He was probably around their age. What are the odds that he'd wander in here of all places? Josh motioned them to a booth that sat on the far side of the room, and I watched as they walked over and took a seat. I debated saying hello, but for all I knew, he was out on a date, and that would be... Well, my first thought was rude of me, but the truth was, if he was, I didn't want to know. My cute little curly-headed blonde had held a starring role in my spank bank for the last 10 or so days, and I wasn't in the mood to picture him in any way except on his back and naked in my bed. "What about it, Ryder?" Lucas asked, pulling my attention back to the guys. "About what?" I asked. Lucas rolled his eyes. "I said, why don't we make it an afternoon ride instead? That would give you a few hours tomorrow morning to work on your invoices, and we could still get in a ride. The day is going to be too pretty to waste." Okay, yeah. Worst case, I can work on the invoices on Sunday if I need to. But you're right. I'd hate to waste this weather. Now that I had agreed to go riding, the guys went back to talking about something else, but I was only half listening as Cooper talked about some cute young pain in his ass that had moved into one of his customers' houses. My attention was on the two guys sitting on the far side of the room. I was sitting off at the end of the bar with Cooper on one side and Lucas on the other, which blocked me from view, and he hadn't seen me yet. I felt like a stalker watching him and trying to figure out what the relationship was between him and the other guy. "Hey, Ryder, you okay over there?" Coop asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. You just seem a little bit distracted, and that isn't like you." "Remember the guy I told you all about? The one from the home improvement store?" "The one with the, broken pipes?" Lucas asked, waggling his eyebrows. "Yeah, that one," I said, shaking my head at how ridiculous he looked. He just walked in. They both whipped their heads around to look. "Ugh, guys, come on, don't look." "Where?" Lucas said. "I don't know which one." "Y'all are as bad as a bunch of gossipy old women." "It's the blonde with the blue shirt sitting in the booth to the left." "He's cute," Cooper said. "Love those curls," Lucas said. Who's the guy he's with? I've no idea. Could be a date for all I know. And that explains the distraction. You don't like that much, do you? Cooper asked. How I feel about it doesn't matter. It was a one-time hookup, nothing more. I insisted, nodding a thanks at Josh when he said another beer in front of me. Hey, Josh, Lucas said before Josh walked away. Who are the two guys over near the jukebox? The young guys? He asked, and Lucas nodded. That's my friend Keegan and his roommate Brennan. So that was Keegan, the roommate, then. Not that it mattered. Brennan had been nothing but a distraction from a seriously shit day. Who he was here with didn't have a thing to do with me, and I was not relieved. I wasn't. Keegan's hoping to convince Brennan to talk to Owen about a job, so they came in to check it out. A job here? I asked. Why? He has a degree in business management. He shouldn't be tending bar. Oh, Josh said. You know him? We've met. He has a business management degree? Lucas said. And here you were saying the answer to your problem wouldn't just fall in your lap. I stared at Lucas for a second, thinking about what he said. Was Brennan the answer to my problem? I needed someone who could answer phones and do invoices, and he needed a job. This was probably a very bad plan, but the idea of him working in a bar, even one like Big O's, didn't sit well for me. He was pretty and he was sweet. That would be like catnip for some of the gay men who came in here, and that didn't make me happy at all. Chapter 8. Brennan. What do you think? Keegan asked. This wouldn't be a bad place to work, right? I guess not. It has a good feel, I admitted, and it did. If I were going to take a job in a bar or someplace similar, this would be a good one to work in. This wasn't what my summer was supposed to look like. I was supposed to be building the fountain in the backyard of my house in San Marcos, not contemplating a job in a bar to pay bills. That was what Patrick and I'd talked about. I'd finish school, then I'd take a few months off to figure out what came next. He said he didn't care if I got a job or not, as long as whatever I did, it wasn't like the pet store where I had to work weekends. I'd been so stupid. But enough of that. I had two choices. I could sit around feeling sorry for myself, or I could get a job, make some money, and figure out what I wanted to do with my life. We can grab Josh next time he isn't busy, and see if he can introduce me to the owner, if he's here. Taking a job here doesn't mean you give up looking for something in your field, you know. In my field, I laughed. And what exactly is in my field, Key? You know, the reason I got a business degree was because it was generic since I had no idea what I wanted to do. Well, maybe this would give you some time to figure that out. I was lucky because I always knew what I wanted to do. Hell, I wouldn't even have gone to school if my dad hadn't insisted. You're right. I'll find something. But sitting at the house filling out applications all day while I watch my savings dwindle isn't helping my mood at all. I looked over at the bar to see how busy Josh was. He was at the end talking to a group of men. Wow, there were 3 of them, and the 2 I could see were drop-dead gorgeous. The one that sat the closest to us wore a black t-shirt that stretched across his broad back. He had a short, dark beard and muscular arms. The one on the far side was prettier. He was no less muscular than the one on this end, but he seemed softer and less rough around the edges. I watched them for a minute, wondering what their story was. As I pondered that, suddenly they both turned and looked in our direction, almost like they were looking for me, which made no sense because I didn't know either one of them. I looked down at my beer and whispered to Keegan, "Do you know those guys at the end of the bar?" "What guys?" he asked, turning in his seat to look. "Don't be so obvious. Good Lord," I grumbled. "No, I don't know them. And why shouldn't I look? That's usually the whole point in coming to a place like this. Although it's a little light on the ladies tonight for my taste." "You're shameless," I said with a laugh. "True. Although I have to tell you, if I batted for your team, that right there would be my type." He nodded to the door behind the bar that I assumed led to the grill, where a tall, good-looking man stood. He had a presence about him that gave you the feeling this was his domain, and I'd bet money he was the bar's owner. "Really?" I asked. "I wouldn't have thought he'd be your type at all." "Well, I mean, he isn't because, he has a dick. But if I were into that, I'd do him," he said with a shrug. "You're ridiculous." I froze when, to my surprise, the third guy at the end of the bar, the one I hadn't been able to see until now, pushed back from the bar and stood up. "Oh my God, Keegan," I gasped. "It's Ryder. He's here." "The guy who fixed the sink?" I nodded, but didn't take my eyes off of Ryder as he turned and looked straight at me. It had been a little over a week since he was at the house, but when our eyes met, I swear I could feel his fingers trailing down my spine the way they had that night. He handed his beer to the pretty guy to his right, and then headed in our direction. He looked like a man on a mission as he strode our way. He stopped by our booth and made a motion for me to scoot over. I did it without hesitation, and he slid in beside me. Then he reached across the table, holding out his hand. "You must be Keegan." Keegan took his hand and shook it. "Yeah, thanks for helping Brennan out the other night." "It was no problem at all, and I got a great meal out of it." He smiled at me, and I felt my cheeks heat, remembering what else he got out of it. "But that isn't why I came over here. Josh was telling us you were thinking about applying for a job here at the bar." "Yeah, he said he'd introduce us to the owner." "I can do that if you want. His name is Owen. He's one of my closest friends. But I don't think that's a good idea." "Oh, you don't?" I said, my annoyance clear in my voice. "You don't think I can manage handing out beer and taking food orders?" I knew I hadn't made the best impression on him at the hardware store, but that had nothing to do with my ability to pop the top off a freaking beer bottle. "I didn't say that. I have no doubt you'd do a great job. I just think you can find something else." I laughed. "Really? Well, I've applied for about 50 jobs in the last 2 weeks and went to 5 interviews. Didn't get a single job offer. So I'm thinking unless you're about to offer me a job remodeling houses, which I think we both know I'd suck at, the bar isn't a bad option." "First of all, you wouldn't suck at remodeling houses once you learned. And you could learn if you wanted to, but you don't. Second of all, I do have a job offer. I need someone to help me with the business end of Davis Remodeling. That's what you went to school for, right? Isn't that what you said?" I stared at him, speechless for a moment. Ryder wanted to offer me a job. Yeah. Business management. What do you mean, to help you with the business end?" "Well, I'm not really sure, to be honest. I've never had anyone before. I've just always done it myself. But the business is doing well, and we're growing. I need to be able to focus on the remodeling part instead of answering phones and stuff." I thought about it for a second. It sounded like what he wanted was a receptionist, not a business manager. But even if that was the case, it would be work using my degree, and it would give me job experience I could use later. "What about the pay?" I asked, knowing most of the receptionist jobs I'd seen so far barely paid about minimum wage. "I can start you out here," he said, tossing out a number that was almost twice what I'd make at the coffee shop, but less than what I'd seen office manager jobs listed at. "And then we can reevaluate after 90 days. "Do you really think me working for you is a good idea?" I wanted to say yes, but working for a man who I'd not only slept with, but who also had me hard right now just by sitting near me, was probably not the smartest plan. "I do. I'm gone all day on site, so we'll barely see each other. I'm losing work because I need someone to take calls during the day, and you need a job. Seems like a win-win to me." The big guy that I'd noticed coming out from the back earlier stepped up to our table. "Ryder, are you trying to poach my new employee before I even get to interview him?" "Sure am," Ryder said. "Get your own guy, Owen. I saw him first." Owen chuckled. "Well, I can't argue with that." He turned to me. "Nice to meet you, Brennan. Josh tells me you were looking for work, but it looks like Ryder beat me to you." He gave me a look that said he'd be interested in having me tend to more than his bar. And isn't that just a crying shame? If this one over here doesn't treat you right, you come on back and see me. He gave Ryder a look that I couldn't read, and then turned and went back behind the bar. Asshole, Ryder called after him, but the big guy just laughed and went to work. Ignore him. He was just trying to get a rise out of me. Now, what do you say? When would I start? I asked. Would Monday be too soon for you? No, Monday would be fine. Great. That'll give me time to get your office set up. What should I wear? I asked. I knew what to wear to a corporate-type job, but this was a small business in the construction industry, so I doubted slacks and a dress shirt would be appropriate. I'll order you a couple of shirts with my logo on them, but until then, just everyday clothes will be fine. You won't be meeting with any customers, so dress comfortably. Give me your number and I'll text you the address. I handed him my phone, and he messed with it for a minute, then his phone pinged in his pocket. Okay, Brennan, like I said, I'll text you the address, and I'll see you Monday morning at 8. Okay, I said, still stunned. Looks like I found myself a job. Chapter 9. Ryder. I went out to the truck and grabbed the folder I kept all my receipts in and brought it into the house. I knew I needed a better method than this, but I was typically in a rush, so I figured the fact that I wrote the customer's name on top and managed to keep them all in the same place was about as organized as I could expect to be. I sat down at the dining room table and divided out the receipts based on the jobs, then opened up my laptop. Invoices weren't really that hard to put together. Hell, I had a software program that did most of the work. All I had to do was enter the data. But that was the part I hated. I liked working with my hands and building things, not entering numbers in spreadsheets and making sure everything adds up. Exactly, and that's why you hired Brennan, I reminded myself. I wondered if it would make me a horrible person if I left these for him to do when he started next week. I gave it a little thought and decided that, no, it wouldn't. That's why I was paying him. Besides, my time would be better spent getting him an office set up. I had 2 spare bedrooms upstairs that could be offices, but I didn't want him having to go upstairs all the time, so that left 2 options, the dining room or the family room. I had a kitchen table and rarely used the one in the dining room for anything but paperwork anyway, so that made the most sense. I looked at the paperwork all piled on my table and sighed. This room could make a really nice office space, but it needed some help to get there. With the French doors that opened out onto the side yard that I'd turned into a patio, it got lots of natural light. All it really needed was the office furniture and equipment, and he'd be all set. I checked the time. If I wasn't doing the invoices this morning, I should have time for a trip to the office supply store. But if I was going to buy him a desk and move this table, I was going to need a hand. I called up Cooper to see if he'd help me get everything situated before time for our ride. It took us the rest of the morning, but by the time we were done, Brennan had a nice office all set up. I wonder if I should get some filing cabinets. Do you think I need filing cabinets? I asked. I think the 2 filing cabinet drawers under the desk should be enough, but if not, you can always get one later on. That makes sense, I guess. But this is his first job, so I want him to have everything he needs. Do you even know what his job is? Well, answering the phone, of course, and setting up appointments for estimates. Then preparing the invoices and stuff like that. Stuff like that? Coop asked. We'll figure it out as we go. I've never had an office person before, so I'm not even sure what kinds of things he'll do. Getting all the invoices done and getting things organized the way he wants should keep him busy for a while. I think you got pretty much everything he could need. He has an entire drawer full of office supplies, a brand new computer, not to mention a brand new desk and an ergonomic chair. I think he's all set. Are you sure about this, Ryder? You just spent the whole morning helping me get everything all set up, so I think you know I am. Why? Look, he said, sitting on the edge of the desk. We've been telling you for months that you needed to hire someone to run the business end of things and free you up to do the part that you love. Exactly. So what's the problem? I didn't say there was a problem. I'm just wondering why now. You hadn't seemed to be in a hurry to do it, even though you knew you needed to, until Brennan came along and needed a job. I guess it just made sense, you know? I needed somebody, he needed a job. We all know how important your business is to you, so I guess it just surprised us you'd hire someone who didn't have any experience. He has a degree in business management, Coop. I'm pretty sure he can handle answering my phones. I'm sure he can. I just want to make sure you're thinking with the right head where he's concerned. It will be fine. He's going to be answering the phones and creating invoices, not running my business. Chapter 10. Brennan. Come Monday morning, I was a nervous wreck. I wasn't sure what I'd gotten myself into, agreeing to go to work for Ryder. I changed my mind about what to wear about 30 times, and even though he'd said to dress for comfort, I just couldn't make myself show up in anything less than what my mother would have called church clothes. I put the address he sent me into the GPS on my phone, and was relieved to see it was only about 10 minutes away. It made sense to me why he said he knew where our neighborhood was, since his office was so close by. I'd expected the directions to lead me up to one of the shopping areas that Keegan had told me about, but that I'd yet to explore. So I was rather surprised when the address turned out to be a house. Like the neighborhood Keegan's house was in, this was an older neighborhood. But unlike Keegan's, where every house had obviously been built by the same builder, each of these houses were different. I double-checked the address, and once I was sure I was at the right place, I parked in the driveway off to the side so I wouldn't be in the way. I took a minute to take in the house. It was an amazing older house with a huge porch. It had a bright red door that really popped against the blue-gray color of the house with its white trim. The roof on the porch was supported by white columns that sat atop brick supports, with a short white railing that went all the way around. All it needed was a porch swing, some nice accent pillows, and some flowers, and it would have been perfect. I was a little unsure what I was doing at a house instead of a business, but I guess I wouldn't find out until I rang the doorbell, so I did. Then I stepped back and waited. It didn't take but a minute, and the door opened. Ryder stood there in a pair of jeans and a T-shirt that read, Davis Construction and Remodeling. "Morning," he said, motioning for me to come in. "Good morning," I said, stepping inside and taking a look around. "Is this your home?" "Yeah, it is. I probably should have mentioned that the other night. I don't have an official office space. I work out of my truck, actually. Well, that and my garage. I turned one side of the two-car garage into a storage area for my supplies and materials." "Where am I going to be working, then?" I asked, confused. "I have an office set up for you here at the house, but let me show you around first." Wow. I would be working in his house. I hadn't expected that, and I didn't know how that was going to work. "This is obviously the great room. Those stairs lead up to the second floor, and there's a bathroom by the stairs. The kitchen is right through here." He led me through a doorway into a state-of-the-art kitchen. It had marble countertops, beautiful wood cabinets, and what had to be brand-new appliances. "Wow, this is really nice," I said. "Thanks. I bought the house for a steal as a foreclosure a few years ago, and I've been renovating the whole place a little at a time. I just finished the kitchen a few months ago. You help yourself to anything you need. You can use the kitchen any time." He pulled open a pair of French doors and said, "And here's the office." "Wow, Ryder, this is great." An L-shaped desk sat in the far corner of the room. A computer with a huge monitor sat on the desk, and a really nice desk chair sat in front of it. "This stuff all looks brand new. Don't you use your office?" "Well, until Saturday, this was the dining room. I figured since I hired you, I needed to give you a place to work, so I got you this stuff. If there's anything else you need, just let me know and we can order it. I got everything I could think of, like notepads and calendars and folders and stuff, but like I said, if you need anything else, we can get it." "Wow, Ryder, you didn't have to do all this. I could have worked from the dining room table just as easily, or even from my house, maybe. I know, but I wanted you to have an office. It's no big deal. I really didn't use the table for anything anyway, so this will be a much better use of the space. I was thinking about it, and since all of my promotional materials have my cell number on it, I thought it would be easier to get a new phone for me and keep that one as the business number. I'm planning on doing that today, so you won't have to answer the phone today. Instead, you can use today to get everything set up the way you want it. What exactly do you want me to do, Ryder? Do you know? Some. I brought in a couple of boxes that were out in the garage. They have past invoices and customer information. I put them over there. I figured you could set up some kind of system for that. I have a computer program that I use to create invoices, and I installed it on the computer here for you. I have a bunch of invoices I need to get sent out, but as long as we get those done this week, it should be fine. So once you get things organized the way you want it, you can play with that program to learn how to create invoices. I'll try to get home early today in case you have any questions. Okay, I can do that. I love setting up filing systems, so today should be fun. You love setting up filing systems, he said, shaking his head. Well, my mama always told me it takes all kinds to make the world go round. Trust me, by the time I get your boxes over there sorted out, you'll love the way I operate. I don't doubt it. Here's a key. If you leave, be sure and lock the door. Aren't you worried about leaving me alone in your house? I asked. Should I be? He asked. No, but isn't that what I would say even if you should be? I consider myself to be a pretty good judge of character, Brennan. If I didn't trust you in my house, I sure wouldn't be trusting you with my business. Okay, good point. All right, I need to get going. If you have any questions, text them. Depending on what I'm doing, I may or may not be able to answer, but I'll check my phone often. No problem. I'm sure I can find plenty to keep me busy for the day. I got to work as soon as he left. At first, I tried taking things out one at a time, but I quickly realized that would be a nightmare, so I carried both boxes to the kitchen and went to work on the kitchen table. Once I had all the papers in an order that made sense, I made a list of all the folders I'd need. It took me most of the morning, but by lunchtime I had a system set up to file away all the papers. Now that I knew I had access to a kitchen, I needed to make a trip to the store and get some things for my lunch. That would save me a lot of time and money. I was debating getting a sandwich for lunch or going totally unhealthy and getting a cheeseburger and fries when a text from Ryder came through. Ryder, how was your morning? Me. It was good. I worked on setting up a filing system. I feel like I should apologize. It wasn't that bad. You haven't seen the desk out in the garage yet. The ones in the box were the papers I thought were important. The desk is where everything else goes. Okay, I'll tackle that next. If you haven't had lunch yet, there's sandwich stuff in the fridge. I eat out for dinner most nights, so I try to avoid fast food for lunch. Thanks, but I'm craving a burger. I'm going to run grab one. You have a good afternoon. Before I went to grab my lunch, I went through the house to the garage to take a peek at the desk. It was an old metal desk that reminded me of the ones my teachers used back in elementary school. The top was covered in tools and bottles of what looked like maybe adhesives of some kind. There was a small box on top that was full of scraps of paper with various notes scrawled on them. I shook my head and pulled open the top drawer. It was full of screws and other little pieces of stuff that I was sure had names, but I had no idea what they were. The second drawer was full of papers, and I groaned. Looked like I was going to need more file folders, or else a big trash bin. I looked around the rest of the shop area. Other than the desk, everything seemed to be meticulously arranged, and not just in the garage. His house had also seemed to be extremely tidy. I was starting to think that Mr. Ryder Davis just hated paperwork. Lucky for him, I loved it. I looked up the closest place to get a burger, went after it, and brought it back to the house to eat. I took it out on the patio and took a seat, deciding this was my new favorite place. The house blocked the sun, making this a perfectly shady spot to sit this time of day. and a massive oak tree sat off to the side, and I was betting it would provide shade in the afternoon. Between the squirrels playing on the ground and the birds in the tree, it was almost like being in a park, except a private one because of the fence. I decided that when I went back into work on the filing system, I'd leave the doors open to the patio so I could hear the birds while I worked. I took a drink of my Coke and leaned back in the comfortable chair. When I'd accepted this job, I was pretty sure that it was a pity job, if that was a thing. But now that I'd spent the morning knee-deep in the mess that was Davis Construction and Remodeling's paperwork, I realized the reason Ryder hired me didn't matter. Whether he realized it or not, he did need me. Chapter 11. Ryder. The last few days had flown by. I was amazed by how much I was able to get done when I didn't have to stop constantly to answer the phone. It had taken a bit of an adjustment period. I was used to setting my own schedule, and someone else having a say in that was difficult. But it was working. One of the first things Brennan did when I turned my old phone over to him was set up a shared calendar we could both access. We chose times that would work for me to do estimates on jobs. The first time I got a text telling me to check my calendar and saw that I was scheduled to do an estimate on a kitchen remodel next Tuesday at 4, it was weird. But when I got home that evening, there was a folder waiting for me with all the customers' details. Brennan's attention to detail showed in everything he did, from the insanely organized filing system that had required a separate cabinet, to the notes he took recounting the calls he answered during the day. Friday morning was a weird one, and I hadn't even showered by the time Brendan arrived. "Sorry, I got stuck on the phone with my sister, so I don't have time to chat this morning," I said, letting him in. "Is everything okay?" "Oh yeah, she was complaining about one of my niece's teachers. No big thing. She just wanted to vent, but I lost track of time. I need to hop in the shower really quick, or I'll be late." "Do you have your lunch ready?" he asked. "No, I'll grab a burger or something. It won't kill me for a day." I went on upstairs to the shower, turning it on extra hot. I stripped off my clothes and stepped under the water, sighing as it ran over my back. It was so odd to be naked upstairs in the shower, knowing Brennan was in my house. It conjured up memories of the last time I was naked in a house with him. Memories I'd spent all week trying not to think about. I made quick work of the shower and got dressed in record time. If I hurried, I'd make it to the job site on time. Being late was never okay with me, and if I didn't beat Desi to work, I felt like I was late. I got down to the kitchen with just enough time to get a cup of coffee ready to take with me, but to my surprise, it wasn't necessary. "Hey," Brennan said with a smile. "That was fast. Here's a cup of coffee for you, and I fixed you a lunch. No need to get a burger." "Thank you, but you didn't have to do that." "I know I didn't, but I know you aren't a fan of fast food for lunch, and you had plenty of stuff here." I took a drink of the coffee, and it was fixed perfectly the way I like it. "This is great, Brennan. Seriously, thank you." "You're welcome. Now get going." I picked up the bag and headed to meet Desi with a smile on my face. Making me lunch wasn't Brennan's job, but I had to admit it was nice of him. This was working out much better than I'd expected. My paperwork was all in order, and yesterday when I got home, all the old invoices were done and waiting for me to approve them. If I'd known it was going to be this beneficial, I would have hired someone ages ago. But then again, if I hired someone ages ago, it wouldn't have been Brennan, and that just wouldn't have been the same. The morning went by quickly. We were laying tile in a bathroom, and while it wasn't my favorite thing to do, I loved the way it was looking. When it was time for a lunch, we pulled a couple of folding chairs out of the back of the truck and set them up under the large pecan tree by the driveway. "Do you think we'll get this finished up next week?" Desi asked. "I do. Which will be perfect timing because the Corrigan's confirmed for the week after." "For the screened porch?" "Yeah, and they want us to do a stone paver patio as well." He pulled a sandwich out of his lunchbox. "What you got today?" "Not sure. Brennan made it for me. Brennan made it for you? So what? He's fixing your lunch now? Nah, just this once. I was running late, and he fixed me up while I was in the shower. This is working out great so far, right? I think so, don't you? I do. It's nice not to have that phone ringing interrupting us all the time, and you're way less stressed about the paperwork. Yeah, I was just thinking yesterday I should have listened to you and done this sooner. Well, duh, he said, rolling his eyes. You got any plans for this weekend? Not really. Beers with the guys tonight, but that's it. I may go for a ride Sunday. You want to come? No, not this weekend. We're going to Angela's brother's place on the lake. Nothing but beer and fishing for me this weekend. Well, have fun. That sounds like a great weekend. Got to get in as much as I can before the baby comes, you know? Yeah, I imagine so. You're going to be busy come October. He and his wife Angela were expecting their first baby at the end of September, and I had a feeling Desi was going to be one of those kinds of dads. You know, the ones you see around town wearing the babies on their chests and changing the diapers. He loved Angela to distraction, and I was betting this little one would get the same treatment. I know. I can't wait. Not gonna lie, man, I'm jealous. You hit the jackpot when you found Angela. I know. Still don't know what she's doing with my sorry ass, but I plan to make sure she doesn't figure out what a mistake she made. Besides, no need to be jealous. You'll find somebody. Yeah, maybe. But for that to happen, I'd have to be looking, wouldn't I? It's not like the perfect guy for me is just going to fall in my lap. Chapter 12. Brennan. I'd spent all day Sunday baking. I'd always enjoyed being in the kitchen. Just another thing for my father to insist was a waste of my time. But I didn't think it was. It was relaxing, and I loved sharing the things I cooked. I made magic cookie bars, which were quick and easy, and Keegan's favorite treat. I also made some chocolate chip cookies to give to Ryder as a thank you for making my first week so wonderful. It really had been a great week. And for the first time in ages, I was looking forward to Monday. It started off a little weird, being in his house, but once I got used to that, it had gone great. I managed to get a good start on a system to handle Ryder's paperwork, and it hadn't taken me long to get the hang of taking the calls for his business. Now I wanted to tackle another problem, his web page, which was a disaster. I'd mentioned it to him last Thursday, and he said he paid to have it set up, but hadn't really done anything else with it. This week I wanted to play with that, and see if I could jazz it up a little bit. Ryder had been telling me I should just let myself in, but I'd continued to knock on the door. I mean, I worked for Ryder. We weren't dating or in a relationship, or even fucking, that one time notwithstanding. But still, the idea of letting myself into his house and finding some other guy cooking him breakfast was way too weird. I arrived a little earlier than normal on Monday morning and was about to knock when it hit me it wouldn't be any less weird for Ryder to open the door and let me in, only for me to find some other guy there making breakfast. So I figured, screw it, and let myself in. I'm here, I called out. The last thing I needed was Ryder thinking he was alone and coming downstairs undressed. I sighed at the memory of all that thick chest hair. Nope, I'm not going there. He was my boss, and that was how I was going to think of him. I'm upstairs. Coffee is ready. Help yourself, he called back. I put the cookies on the counter and started to make myself a cup of coffee. I opened the fridge to grab some of the half-and-half Ryder used in his coffee, and to my surprise, the top shelf had 3 different types of creamer in there. I wasn't sure which kind you preferred, so I picked up a few different types. Ryder's deep voice said from behind me. How did you know I used flavored creamer? I asked. I noticed you used some when we had dinner at your house. Oh, well, thank you. But you didn't have to do that. I'm fine with the half-and-half. Unless, of course, you don't want me using it. I don't mind you using it at all. I told you you're welcome to anything in my kitchen. And I know I didn't have to, but I wanted to. I want you to be comfortable here. Thanks, I said, feeling the heat in my cheeks. I hated that I blushed so easily, but there was nothing to do about it. And I am comfortable here. Good. He looked around the kitchen, and when his gaze landed on the plate of cookies, his eyes lit up. Are those for me? They are. They're chocolate chip. Yes, he said, grabbing one and eating it. He closed his eyes and moaned. Damn, those are good. Let me get a Ziploc bag, and I'll add a few of those to my lunch when I make it. Oh, I could make your lunch for you while you finish getting ready. You really don't have to do that, Brennan. I appreciate it, but that really isn't your job. Oh, okay, I said, trying hard to hide my embarrassment. It was weird for me to offer to fix his lunch, wasn't it? Shit, definitely weird. Just because I was in his house didn't mean he wanted me doing things for him personally. He hired me to run his business, not his life. I'll just, Hey, he said, laying a hand on my forearm. If you want to fix my lunch, you can. As a matter of fact, it was nice having you do that for me that day last week. It's simply that I don't want to take advantage of you. Just because you're here in the house doesn't mean I expect you to do things like that for me. I either sucked at hiding my emotions or he was really good at reading me, but either way I appreciated him saying that. I know you don't expect me to do those things, but, Ryder, I seriously don't mind. I like feeling useful, and I think you're paying me too much for what I'm doing. I disagree on the paying you too much thing. I haven't had 3 estimates in 1 week in forever. If I get those jobs, any one of them will make what I'm paying you worth it. Not to mention the fact that we're finishing jobs earlier because I can focus all my energy on the job instead of answering the phone or worrying about the paperwork. Well, thanks. I'm glad it's making things easier for you. I'm excited to get your webpage all updated. And I wanted to talk to you about your Facebook page. I don't have a Facebook page. Exactly. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. You need one. He looked absolutely horrified, and I fought the urge to laugh. Don't worry, you don't have to actually do anything with it. I'll take care of it. I just need you to create the page, and I'll handle the rest. Create the page? Again, with the horrified look. Okay, I chuckled. On second thought, I just need you to log into Facebook and then let me create the page. Okay, that I can do. The only thing I use it for is to keep in touch with my family. I don't really ever use the thing. Okay. Before you leave this morning, you can log in for me and I'll take care of the rest. I'll need some before and after pictures that I can put on the page so people can see the fabulous work you do. Do you have those? Not really. I mean, I have a few pictures here and there that I took, but nothing I'd put out for people to see. Okay, no problem. While I fix your lunch, you send me what you have and I'll see what I can do with them. But from now on, we need to get those pictures. That sounds like a great idea, Brennan. I know I should have thought about doing that before now, but I've just been focused on doing the work. Well, that's what you hired me for, right? Yes, it is. And you're doing a fabulous job. Chapter 13. Ryder. Both the Rileys and the Johnsons want us to do the work, but luckily the Johnsons aren't in a hurry, so we should be able to do both jobs no problem. If this keeps up, we may have to bring on another guy. Wouldn't be the worst thing if we did. I know a couple of guys who'd love to work for you full-time. Desi went to grab our chairs out of the back of the truck so we could eat lunch, and I grabbed both of our lunch coolers. Then I joined him under the shade of the back porch. You think so? I asked. I'd never really given much thought to hiring anyone else on full-time. Yeah, I do. Most of the guys we've worked with like you. They think you're a perfectionist and don't tolerate messing around, but they also think you're fair, which is more than a lot of them can say for their current bosses. Well, let's not jump the gun. Let's see how things go over the next couple of months. Then, if we decide to do it, we could bring someone on before you take time off for the baby. What on earth are you eating for lunch? Desi asked, when I pulled out the container Brennan had given me this morning. Brennan had fixed my lunch every day this week so far. I didn't understand why he wanted to do it, but for some reason he seemed to like it, and I wasn't about to argue with him. It's a Greek salad Brennan made. I shrugged.
He made you cookies. Damn good cookies, by the way. And now he's packing you a salad? Are you sure there isn't something going on there besides him organizing your files?
You're right. Those were damn good cookies. And there are only 3 left, so I'm not sharing. And no, he just likes to feed people, I insisted. But he'd been awfully cute this morning when he'd come in. He'd seemed a little unsure of himself when he set the container on the counter.
I can still make you a sandwich if you want. But I made this for dinner last night, and it was really good. I thought you might want to have it for lunch.
He'd been so damned adorable that it wouldn't have mattered what was in the container. I would have happily taken it. I figured if I didn't like it, I could always get something out, and he'd never know. Lucky for me, it had been delicious, and was a nice change from my normal sandwich and chips. Although over the last few days there were fewer chips and suddenly more fruit in my lunch for some reason. Sneaky boy.
Likes to feed people, huh? Or likes to feed you?
People. Now eat your lunch so we can finish up. Most of my days ran late, and it was usually going on 7 before I made it home. I'd told Brennan that and made sure he knew his knockoff time was 5, and not to wait for me to get home to leave. But I admit I was still a little disappointed when I pulled in a few minutes after 5 and he was already gone. I'd thought maybe getting off so early today that he might be here. Not that I needed to talk to him or anything, but I could have thanked him for the lunch. It was Thursday, and I was meeting the guys at Big O's. I got cleaned up and took the short drive over to the bar, but it was only me, Max, and Owen tonight. Well, me and Max, I guess, since Owen was technically working. As Cooper had predicted, he was busy getting people's lawns ready for the holiday weekend, and Lucas was behind on getting a custom bike ready for a show. I hadn't expected Travis to be here, but he was sitting at the end of the bar talking with Max. Max had started a relationship with Travis 3 years ago, right around the same time I was seeing Casey. I'd liked Travis right from the beginning, and was glad they'd managed to make a go of it. "Hey, Max, Travis," I said, taking my seat. Travis stood up and grinned at me.
"Hey, Ryder, long time no see. Daddy said we're going to your house for a cookout."
"That's right. We're going to cook ribs, drink beer, and sit around. Sound exciting enough for you?"
"Sounds perfect. Now I'll leave you to whatever it is you do sitting here at this bar. I have places to be."
He leaned over and gave Max a kiss on the cheek.
"See you tonight, Daddy."
Max grabbed him, not letting him go without a proper goodbye kiss. "Be safe, baby boy. I'll see you at home." Travis left, and Max watched him until he was out the door. "You two are doing well," I said. "We are. That boy is everything I ever wanted and more." He shook his head and chuckled. "Who'd have thought a grumpy son of a bitch like me would end up with a boy like him?" "Anyone who ever saw the two of you together, man. It was obvious from the start." "Well, obvious doesn't mean easy. It was a little dicey for a while there, but what matters is everything worked out." "Really? It seemed to me that you and Travis were solid from the start." "Nah, man. I'm sure it seemed that way to most people. I hadn't known you long then, and you were too busy with Casey to notice, but it was a train wreck for a while there. I was working crazy hours, and Travis didn't think he was important enough to me. Neither one of us did a good job communicating what we wanted or needed from each other." "Really? Travis never struck me as someone needy," I said, and I could tell by the flash in Max's eyes that was the wrong thing to say. "Travis has never been needy a day in his life. Casey was needy because he's a brat. Being needy because you're a brat and being unhappy because your needs aren't being met is not the same thing." "Sorry. You know I like Travis. I think he's great. I didn't mean it in a bad way." "You know, Travis and I ran into Casey a couple of weeks ago." "Really?" "Yep. He was in there with his daddy." "Oh, I didn't realize he had one," I said, not taking the bait. It was obvious Max had a point, but if he thought I was going to ask him about it, he was wrong. Yep. He took a drink of his beer and didn't say anything else. He just waited me out. So much for not taking the bait. Fine, I'll ask. How was Casey? Same as always, he chuckled. All up in Jerome's space, pouting and practically begging for attention. So needy, then, I said. Yeah, needy. And you know what? Jerome loved every minute of it. I've known Jerome for years, and it's the happiest I've ever seen him. There's nothing wrong with being a needy brat, and there's nothing wrong with you not wanting a bratty boy. You just weren't a good pair. That doesn't make him a bad boy, and it doesn't make you a bad daddy. I know that, I said, and he gave me that "but do you really" look that he was so good at. Really, I do. I just don't think I have the time or the energy to try again. It's not like I was in love with Casey or anything, but you don't fail well. I sighed. I would have liked to argue with him, but he knew me too well for that. No, I don't fail well. Maybe it's time you stopped taking that all on you by thinking you failed, and instead realized that sometimes two people just aren't good for each other. I took a long drink of my beer, buying myself time to think. Maybe, I conceded. I don't know, but I'll think about it.
Chapter 14. Brennan. What are your plans for the holiday weekend? Keegan asked. I don't know. Nothing, probably. I don't know anyone here but you. I shrugged. And I think it's time we changed that, don't you? And how exactly would we go about that? We go to a party, have a good time. I haven't pushed you up till now because I knew you were trying to save money, but now you've got this job and you're in the money. What do you say? Want to go out? I guess. Do you have any ideas where we could go? Sure. There'll be all kinds of parties this weekend. I've seen all kinds of posts on social media about parties on Saturday night. It shouldn't be hard to find a place to go that we can both enjoy. Okay. Sure, why not? Since I don't have to work on Monday, I can afford to feel like shit on Sunday. Let's do it. This was the first time since I'd moved here that I'd gone out like this, and I hoped the clothes I'd picked out would be okay. Keegan assured me that this party would be a mix of people from all different walks of life, and that I wouldn't be the only queer person there, but I was nervous about it. I reminded myself that this was what I wanted, a fresh start. Finding a job had been the first priority, and that was going well, so now it was time for me to put myself out there and try to meet some people. Keegan couldn't be my only friend, and as great a guy as he was, I wanted to find friends who were part of the LGBTQIA+ community. That wasn't something I'd ever had. The only other guys who were out in high school were very in-your-face about it. Secretly, I was envious of them and the fact that they felt so free to be themselves, but I also knew that wouldn't fly at my house. Instead, I reminded myself that I was lucky I had a family who didn't care if I was gay and chose not to make waves by hanging out with people they wouldn't approve of. I'd planned for things to be different once I went off to college, but Keegan and I hit it off right away, and I mostly hung out with him and his friends. Shortly after that, I met Patrick. He was a successful older man that I assumed knew the best way to navigate the gay world, and to my surprise, he was a lot like my father. He was out and didn't hide the fact that he was gay, but he also made an effort to present as straight as an out gay man could. The one time I suggested maybe we could go to Pride, he informed me he wasn't one of those gays who wanted to go parading around in short shorts waving a rainbow flag. Both he and the company he worked for had their reputation to think about. So I didn't go. Now, here I was in Austin, and for the first time in my life, I was free to be whoever I wanted to be, without anyone else's expectations. I was determined to live my life authentically as me. All I had to do was figure out exactly what that meant. Chapter 15. Ryder. I spent most of the 3-day weekend working on projects around the house.
It was the first time I could remember in forever that I hadn't had to use the time off work to get caught up on paperwork, but Brennan had everything, not only all organized, but all caught up. It was strange to think that my time off was actually my time off. I was used to being busy, which meant having a bunch of time with nothing to fill it with was leading to a bunch of thinking. I blamed Max and his stupid story about running into Casey and his new daddy. I finished up a project in the backyard while I thought about what he'd said. It wasn't that I wanted Casey back, but maybe Max was right, and it was time to try again. I spent so much time working on this house, but wouldn't it be better if I had someone to share it with? If on weekends like this, I had someone to spend time with. A certain blue-eyed blonde flashed in my mind, but I shut that down quickly. Brennan worked for me. Besides, he wasn't looking for a daddy. He was independent and had a mind of his own. He wasn't looking for anyone to swoop in and tell him what to do. I thought about him in that hardware store, at the end of his rope and about a half second from losing it, and smiled. Okay, maybe in certain situations, he needed a little help. But for the most part, he had everything under control. Not that he'd been in control that night when he was splayed out naked in front of me. He'd definitely been needy in a good way that night. Nope, not going to let my thoughts go in that direction. He worked here and he did a damn good job. End of story. I decided the best option was to take my bike out for a ride, because sitting around here thinking wasn't good at all.
Chapter 16. Brennan. Come Tuesday morning, it was good to be back at work. Not that I didn't enjoy my weekend. I did. Keegan's friends had been nice, and no one had made me feel self-conscious at all. I'd met a couple of nice people, and even learned about a couple of places around town I wanted to check out. But still, I had plans for what I wanted to get done this week, and I was ready to get started. "Morning," I called, entering Ryder's house.
"In the kitchen,"
he called back. I went in to find him standing in front of the counter in a pair of sweatpants and nothing else, setting up the coffee pot. "I can do that if you need to get ready."
"No, I've got it. I usually set it up the night before, but for some reason, I forgot last night. Damn 3-day weekends mess my schedule up every time."
"Mine too, I get it." I tried not to stare, but Ryder without a shirt on was distracting, to say the least. I remembered the way his body felt pressed against mine, and I had to resist the urge to go to him and touch him. "Anyway," I said, trying to center my thoughts on anything else, "I have some chicken salad I made yesterday that I brought to have for lunch for a couple of days. I can make you a sandwich if you want."
"That would be great, but I hate to eat your food."
"I really don't mind. I can't eat it all before it goes bad, and Keegan eats out for lunch every day, so he won't eat any."
"Okay, I'll let it go for now, but I'll figure something out."
I opened his pantry and took out the bread, and started putting his lunch together while the coffee finished. I was putting the chicken salad on the bread when I felt his body behind mine.
"What's in that chicken salad?"
he asked. "Oh, it's a curry chicken salad. It's probably different from what you're used to. I hope that's okay."
"Let me taste."
He leaned against me, reaching over to grab a fork, and then took a small bite out of the container.
"Oh, man, Brennan, that's fantastic. What all is in there?"
I grinned at him over my shoulder. "You like it?"
"I really do."
"It has chicken, of course, some mayonnaise, celery, apples, golden raisins, and then some curry powder and other spices. Oh, and almonds."
"It's really good. You're going to spoil me with all these great lunches, and Desi is getting jealous. He said he's going to have to up his lunch game."
"Well, that's Desi's problem now, isn't it?" I finished packing his lunch while he went to get dressed. Then I grabbed myself a cup of coffee and went into my office. I had a small list of things I wanted to do before I started on the web page, but I was really excited to get it done. I didn't know a lot about doing them, but video tutorials were my friend, and I was confident I could figure it out. Ryder stuck his head in to let me know he was leaving, and I got to work. I answered a couple of calls, but for the most part it was a quiet morning. I'd managed to watch one full video on how to update his webpage and played with it a little, trying what I'd learned. When I stopped to eat, I was feeling pretty good. That's the only excuse I have for what I did next. Because if I weren't feeling good, and thinking I was really making a difference in his job, I never would have called my mother to tell her about it. I hadn't mentioned it when I got it, because I didn't want to deal with the questions if it didn't work out. But I was feeling so good about things, and I wanted to share it with someone. Plus, if I told her, she could pass it on to my dad, and maybe he'd be glad that I finally had a job and was doing well. I got my lunch ready and went out on the patio to eat. I dialed the phone, and as soon as it started to ring, I put it on speakerphone so I could use both hands to eat my sandwich. "Hello, Brennan," my mother answered. "Hey, Mom, how are you?" "I'm doing great. We're going to Bonnie and Delbert's for a couple of weeks, so your dad can fish, and Bonnie and I can go mess around. Maybe go shopping for some quilt fabric. How about you?" "I'm good. I got a job," I said. "Really? Doing what?" "I don't know if I have a title necessarily, but it pays well. It's for a home remodeling company. I answer the phone, do the invoices and stuff. Today I'm working on updating the company's webpage." "Did you hear that, Ted?" my mom said, and I groaned. I had no idea my father was home. "Brennan got a job." "Yeah, I heard it," my father said, his voice getting louder as he moved closer to the phone. "I heard every word. This is it, huh? All that money we paid for you to go to school just so you could be some guy's secretary." "Dad," I started. "No, you listen to me. You need to come back home and let me talk to Archer or Flynn. I'm sure one of them could find a real job for you. One with opportunity for advancement. One where you can put that degree to work for you." "I like this job," I insisted. "I'm sure you do because you have no ambition, no drive. But you aren't going to be 24 forever, and at some point you have to man up and start doing better for yourself." "I know, Dad." "No, you don't know. If you knew, you'd understand that in the business world, it's all about who you know, and you don't know anyone or have any connections down there." I put my sandwich down on my paper towel and started wrapping it back up, because any appetite I had was gone. I don't know why I'd been stupid enough to think that they would be happy for me. So what if the job I had was for a small company? That didn't mean it wasn't a good job. "Dad, I'm not moving back home, and Mom, I need to go get back to work. I'll call you soon." I hung up the phone and sighed. There was nothing I was ever going to do that would be good enough for my father. I knew that. But it was depressing for him to always have to point out how disappointed he was. "You're so much more than a secretary," Ryder's deep voice said from behind me, and I jumped and turned to look at him. "Besides," he continued, "they prefer to be called administrative assistants these days." "They do," I said, with a little chuckle. "Also, my mom's an administrative assistant," he said, "and she works hard. There's nothing wrong with being an administrative assistant." "Not for your mother, maybe, but my father would tell you it isn't a job for me." "I disagree. I think you're amazing at it. Although I'd probably consider you more of an office manager than an administrative assistant, though I'm not sure what the difference is." "It doesn't matter if I'm good at it or not. As far as my father's concerned, being an administrative assistant or even an office manager is a woman's job, not a man's." "Ah, yeah. I have a friend who's a nurse, and he runs into that a lot." "I bet," I said. But then it hit me he was home in the middle of the day. "What are you doing here?" "We're working nearby, and I needed to pick up a few supplies. I figured I might as well pop in here and see if you wanted to eat lunch with me." I glanced down at my wrapped-up sandwich, but before I could protest, he sat down at the table across from me and motioned towards it. "You need to eat. I don't care what he said. You're doing a fabulous job. I couldn't have asked for anyone better." When I didn't move, he gave me a look that basically said, "Don't fuck with me," and growled, "Eat." I unwrapped the sandwich and took a bite. I'd never had anyone growl at me before, but it was effective, and no way I was going to argue. By the time we were done, my mood had improved. Ryder hadn't said anything else about the conversation he'd overheard, Instead, he entertained me with stories of this customer's little boy who so desperately wanted to help them with the job they were doing.
Okay, I need to get back to work. Desi's going to think I'm not coming back.
Thank you, Ryder.
What for?
I shrugged. For keeping me company, for making me feel better, and for saying I'm doing a good job. He rose from his seat and walked over to where I sat. Then he reached down and placed a finger under my chin, lifting my head.
You're doing a great job, and I'm damn lucky to have found you. You hear me?
I nodded my head and smiled up at him. His gaze drifted over my face, pausing on my lips, and for a minute I thought he was going to lean down and kiss me. But instead he dropped my chin and stepped back.
I'm going to work. If you need anything, text me.
I watched as he walked away and debated if I was relieved that he hadn't kissed me or disappointed. Getting mixed up with my boss wasn't the smartest thing I could do, but smart or not, I decided I was a lot more disappointed than I was relieved.
Chapter 17. Ryder. I couldn't remember the last time I was so furious. How dare they talk to Brennan like that? The only thing that kept me from saying what I really thought was that it was his parents. If it had been anyone else, I would have taken that phone away from him and given them a piece of my mind. I should have turned around and walked back out when I realized it was a personal call, but I got caught up in hearing him so happy. Any idiot could have heard the pride in his voice when he first started telling them about the job. What kind of parent would try to steal that from their child? Not one worth him getting upset over, that's for damn sure. I thought he was feeling better by the time I left, and seeing him in a better mood made me a little less angry. I still wanted to drive to wherever the hell he was from and have a friendly little talk with his father, but instead I took it out on the demolition of the wall between the kitchen and the dining room in the house we were working on.
"Damn, Hoss," Desi said mid-afternoon. "I figured since you went to see your boy for lunch, you'd be in a better mood, not worse."
"He is not my boy," I grumbled, "and my mood is just fine."
"If you say so," he said, bending down and picking up a piece of debris to carry out to the dumpster.
"I do," I insisted. Not that I didn't think Brennan would be an excellent boy. I just couldn't afford to think of him that way. He was my employee, and that's what I needed to remember. And then the son of a bitch told him he needed to move back home and get a real job. Can you believe that shit? I asked Owen. I rarely went to the bar on Tuesday, but I was still fuming about that phone call by the time I knocked off work, and I figured I might as well go by and complain to Owen. The bar was usually pretty slow on Tuesdays, which meant he would have plenty of time to listen to me. "Sounds like my old man," he said, handing me a second beer. He was never satisfied with anything I did. You'd think owning my own business would do it, but no. He just wanted to know why I didn't choose something more respectable than a bar. Exactly. I got the feeling that no matter what Brennan did, it wouldn't be enough. That's a shame. He seems like a nice guy. He is, and he's great at his job. You wouldn't believe how much better things are running. My files are organized, my invoices are going out on time, and now he's set his sights on my social media presence. "Do you have a social media presence?" Owen asked. "No, and he's decided the business needs one." "Makes sense to me." "I'm not convinced. My business mostly comes from word of mouth. I don't really think many people are trolling Facebook looking for someone to remodel their bathroom." I thought back to how proud Brennan was about his idea for getting that set up, and how cute he was when he was excited about something. "What?" Owen asked. "Nothing. I was just thinking about how excited he was setting up that page," I said with a chuckle. Owen tilted his head to one side and studied me. "You better do something to lock that boy in, Ryder. He is sweet and he is pretty. If you think he'll stay single long, you've got another think coming." "He works for me, Owen. That's all. There's nothing to lock in." "Yeah, you keep telling yourself that until someone comes along and gives him the world the way you want to. Because they will." My foul mood lasted the rest of the week. Between being furious that a boy as sweet as Brennan had a family like that and thinking about what Owen said, I was a bear to be around. I managed to fake it for the few minutes I saw Brennan each morning, but at work, Desi knew something was off. I kept telling him it was nothing, but he didn't believe me. That was one of the downsides of working with someone you not only considered a friend, but someone who'd also known you for years. Finally, on Friday, when I lost my cool over a piece of lumber that was cut the wrong length, he'd had enough. "Listen here, Hoss. I don't know what your issue is, but you need to get a grip. What is it?" I rolled my head from side to side, trying to loosen up the tight muscles in my shoulders. They'd been tense all week, and I was feeling it today. "It's Brennan," I admitted.
"Brennan? I thought it was working out great with him. And the Facebook page is awesome. My neighbor even asked me about one of the pictures he saw. Said he was thinking about redoing his bathroom, and he really liked what we did in the Augustine's bath."
"Really?" I smiled. He told me people love to look at pictures online of house projects. Guess he was right.
"They do. So what's up with him? Is he not doing a good job?"
"No, he's doing a fantastic job. It's not that. It's just..." I paused, trying to get my thoughts together. Desi just stood there waiting and giving me time. I can't stop thinking about a conversation I overheard where his father was telling him this job wasn't good enough for him. Not that he was wrong. He's great at his job, and he could be working somewhere a lot more prestigious. But I got the feeling that his dad is really critical, and Brennan deserves better, you know? He doesn't need someone trying to make him feel small. He needs someone to tell him how amazing he is and what a good job he does. Not just at work, but in life.
"And you want that someone to be you?"
he asked. I don't know. Maybe. But he's young, and I don't know if he likes the same kind of things I like.
"He's not that young. He's what, 25?
24.
That's only 14 years difference. That's not that much. Besides, 24 is plenty old enough to know what he wants."
"Shit, Desi, I'm 38 and I don't even know what I want."
"Sure you do. You just don't want to admit it."
"You and Owen," I grumbled.
"What about me and the hot bartender?" he asked,
using Angela's nickname for Owen. He said basically the same thing to me the other day. Told me I needed to stop messing around or someone else would move in and sweep Brennan off his feet.
"You should listen to us. We're very smart men."
Chapter 18. Brennan. "I should be back by Tuesday at the latest," Keegan said. "Are you sure you don't want to come?"
"Yeah, I'm sure. But you have a good time." I appreciated Keegan asking, but the idea of spending the weekend camping with him and 3 of his friends in July did not sound like fun. I wasn't a big camping fan, even when it wasn't going to be as hot as Hades outside. Add in the bugs, the lack of electricity, and the sleeping on the ground, and I was out. Helping him load up his gear was about as close to the great outdoors as I wanted to come, I thought, as I tossed his sleeping bag in the back.
"Well, what are you going to do then, other than sit around the house?"
"I don't know. I'll find something to do. Maybe I'll dig out my camera and go take some pictures."
"Just so you do something to get out of the house."
He climbed into his car to leave, but before he drove off, he rolled down the window.
"Hey, maybe we'll spring another plumbing leak and you can find another hot plumber to fix your pipes," he teased, waggling his eyebrows.
I rolled my eyes at him and watched him drive away, laughing. Truth was, I wasn't interested in finding another hot plumber to fix my pipes. Only one certain construction worker, and unfortunately, while I'd caught him watching me when he thought I wasn't looking, he hadn't shown any interest in a repeat of our one time together. But Keegan had been right about one thing. I needed to get out of the house. When he told me that he was going camping with his friends and the first thing I felt was jealousy, I knew it was time for me to start putting myself out there. Because I wasn't jealous that he was going to be hanging out with someone other than me. I was jealous because he had people to go hang out with. I figured the best way was for me to think about things I liked to do and find people doing the same things. Of course, that would be easier if I had any hobbies or interests. I'd gone on a meetup app and found 3 different book clubs that were inclusive, and I'd already decided I was going to try one of them. I'd picked the one that had the book I found most interesting and ordered a copy online, but obviously I had to read it first. One of the people I met at Keegan's friend's house a couple of weeks ago had mentioned a pottery class that they were taking, and that kind of interested me, but I wasn't sure if I really wanted to try that or not. I honestly had no idea. What I did know was that Keegan being gone gave me the perfect opportunity to try out a few of the clubs here in town. Not that I couldn't go when he was around. I could. I just always felt bad because Keegan insisted on going with me, and I knew it wasn't his thing. He'd much rather go hang out at a sports bar than go to a gay club. Not that gay clubs were really my thing either, but it wasn't like some big strong bear of a man was going to show up at my door asking to fuck me. If I wanted it, I had to go out and find it. And that was what I was going to do. I dug around in my drawers, looking for something to wear out that I thought would make me feel at least somewhat fuckable. I didn't have much to choose from, since Patrick had never liked to go to clubs either, and he was very particular about the way I dressed. But I had a few outfits from before we were together, when going out to clubs was something I did on the regular. I found a pair of white shorts that had little blue anchors on them, and a dark blue mesh cropped top. It all fit a little tighter than it had back then, but it actually looked better that way. I slipped on a pair of boat shoes, and then took forever trying to tame my unruly blonde curls. I need to add finding a stylist who would know what to do with my hair to my list. Once I decided I'd done the best I was going to do with it, I headed to the first club I wanted to try. It was one that Keegan had offered to bring me to right after I arrived, so I figured it probably wasn't too crazy. I paid my cover charge and went inside, and while it wasn't as much fun to go out like this alone as it was to go with friends, it still felt really good to be out and about. I got a drink and turned around to watch the people on the dance floor. I'd barely even had time to take a drink when a good-looking guy about my age sidled up next to me. "Hey," he said, eyeing me up and down. "Hey," I said, returning the greeting and the look. He was taller than I was, with dark brown hair and nice brown eyes. They weren't as dark as Ryder's, but they were still pretty. "I haven't seen you in here before, and that wasn't a line. I come here a lot, and I'm sure I'd have noticed you." "Still sounds like a line," I teased. "It did, didn't it? Want to dance?" I thought about it for a second, but I realized that, as handsome as he was, I really didn't. I was looking for something else tonight. Someone older and a little more rugged. Someone like Ryder, I thought. Not that I thought finding a substitute for him would help me stop thinking about our night together. That just seemed to be what I was into right now, I assured myself. "Thanks, but I just got here. I want to finish this drink and maybe one more before I'm ready to hit the floor," I told him. "Okay, I'll be here for a while, so if you change your mind, just find me." I leaned back against the bar and watched him as he wove his way into the crowd. He might not have been what I was looking for, but he'd been hot, and it had been nice that he'd asked. I finished that drink and turned to order another one when another man slid in next to me and leaned close. "Let me get this one," he said, his deep voice rumbling in my ear. I looked him over, and he was much more what I was looking for. He was a little over 6 feet tall, with dark black hair and hazel eyes. If I had to guess, he was probably in his mid-30s. He gave me a look that said he was interested, and that he expected me to be as well. I found his confidence attractive and agreed to the drink. "My name is Clay, and yours is?" "Brennan." "Well, Brennan, it's nice to meet you. How would you like to dance?" I downed the drink he'd just purchased for me and smiled. "Sure, why not?" I let him lead me out to the dance floor, and we joined the others moving to the beat of the music. I'd never been a big dancer, but I did enjoy it. It didn't take long for him to pull my body against his so that we were moving together to the music. I didn't mind it, but his touch did nothing for me. He spun me around so that my back was pressed against him. I could feel how hard he was as he ground against me, and when he started to nibble on my ear, I knew we had different thoughts on where this was headed, so I decided to cut our dance short. I tried to think of some excuse to leave him. Coming here alone was probably not the best idea. I couldn't even say I needed to get back to my friends. I thought about saying I needed to go to the bathroom, but was afraid he would take that as an invitation. I moved to step out of his hold, but he tightened his grip and slid his hand down, cupping my cock through my pants. "Where do you think you're going, pretty boy?" he growled in my ear. That was when I knew it was time for me to go home. I danced with him for a minute longer, even grinding back against him so he would think I was staying, just until he relaxed his grip on me enough so I was able to slip out of his hold and take a quick step back. "Thanks for the dance and for the drink, but it's time for me to get going." He reached out to grab me, but I stepped back into the crowd of dancers and quickly headed for the front door. I watched behind me to make sure he wasn't following, but I couldn't see him through the crowd of people, which was good because that meant he probably couldn't see me either. My heart was pounding, which was ridiculous. He'd bought me a drink and we'd danced. He hadn't done anything to indicate that he was dangerous, but still, all my instincts were telling me to get out of there. At the front door, there was a bunch of people coming in, so I wove my way through them and made for my car. I was relieved to see it there, and I pushed the button on the key fob, unlocking the door. I got inside the car, locking the doors. If this was one of those stupid horror movies Keegan loved so much, when I put the key in, the car wouldn't start, I thought, laughing at my ridiculousness. Yet, I held my breath when I inserted the key and turned, not exhaling until the car started right away. I backed out of the parking spot and started to drive forward, but something felt off. "It's fine, Brennan. There's nothing wrong with the car. You just have yourself freaked out." The parking lot was large, and to exit, I had to go all the way down the row I was on and back up the next one. But by the time I made the U-turn at the end, I knew it wasn't my imagination. Something was wrong. I pulled into an empty spot and got out to look. And sure enough, the front passenger's tire was flat. Because of course it was. I couldn't even call Keegan because he was out of town. I'd never changed a flat myself, but I was sure I could figure it out. I knew how, and I'd seen it done. It couldn't be that hard. From where I was sitting, I could see the entrance to the club, which meant anyone coming in or out could see me or hear me if I called out for help. So I could do this. I could. I started to get out when I saw two men standing out front of the club, and one of them looked a lot like the guy I'd been dancing with. But from here, I couldn't tell. I watched for a minute, waiting for them to move on, but they weren't going anywhere. It looked like they were waiting for someone, and they kept looking over this way. I debated my options. I could get out and try to figure out the jack and change the tire. I could call an Uber to take me home and leave my car here. I could go back inside and see if I could find someone to help me. Or I could just do the smart thing and call the one friend I had here who I knew would know what I should do. Chapter 19. Ryder. I'd spent my whole Saturday doing projects around the house and yard. Later that evening, I debated going out, maybe to Owen's or maybe to one of the other bars in town. It had been weeks since I'd gotten laid, and all this talk about Brennan had me antsy. Maybe what I needed was to go out and find myself a boy for the night. I laughed at myself for even thinking that. I didn't want to go find some nameless boy. Until I figured out what to do about my pretty blue-eyed angel, I wasn't going out hunting for anyone else. I ordered myself a pizza and scrolled through the channels looking for a movie to watch. Preferably something full of violence and maybe explosions. That sounded good. I was halfway through a meat lover's pizza and the movie Spectre when my phone rang. I picked it up and looked at the screen to see Brennan's name. There was no reason for him to be calling me this late on a Saturday, so my brain immediately went to worst-case scenarios. "Brennan, what's wrong?" "Nothing," he said. "Well, I mean something, but nothing for you to sound so worried about." "It's late on a Saturday night, Brennan, so naturally I assumed something was wrong."
Why don't you tell me what this nothing is? He hesitated, and I realized I'd sounded like I didn't want him to call, and sure enough, before I could say anything else, he said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you. I'll just figure it out. Brennan. Brennan? I said. But nothing. He was gone. Shit. I dialed his phone back, hoping he would pick up. It rang long enough that I thought it was going to go to voicemail, but then he answered. Really, Ryder, I can figure this out. I didn't even think you could be on a date or... Well, I could be interrupting something. Honest, I'm okay. Brennan, the only thing you're interrupting is my favorite James Bond movie, which I've seen about a dozen times, and I have no doubt you can figure out whatever's wrong, but instead, you're going to tell me what it is and let me help, okay? Okay. I'm at a club and I have a flat tire. I was going to change it, but the lighting isn't great here, so I'd be doing it in the dark. I kind of creeped myself out, is all. I'll probably just call an Uber or something and deal with the car in the morning. Where's Keegan? Can he help you? No, he's on a camping trip with some of his high school buddies. Brennan, are you out at a club by yourself? I asked, and held my breath, waiting for the answer. Yeah, but I'm fine, really. Where are you exactly? He rattled off the name of a club I was familiar with. I knew it was a nice club, so there was that, anyway. Okay, why don't you go back inside and wait for me? I'll come get you. I didn't like the idea of him out in that parking lot all alone. The area he was in was pretty safe, but no place was completely safe anymore. I'd rather not, he said so quietly I barely heard him. Brennan, did something happen inside the club? Not really. There was just this guy who was a little too friendly. I'd rather not run into him again if I can help it. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. A little too friendly. But you're okay? I asked. I'm fine. When he got more handsy than I liked, I decided to leave. Of course, this stupid tire foiled my escape plan, he said, trying to make light of his situation. But I could hear the tension in his voice. Is the car out of the way so other cars can get by okay? It is. I pulled back into a parking spot. That was smart. The last thing you need is someone hitting the car while you're sitting in it. You lock the doors and wait for me. I'll be there in 15 minutes, tops. Now you just talk to me while I'm on my way over there. I grabbed up my wallet and keys and headed to my car. What about? He asked. I don't know. Anything. I wanted to keep his mind off the fact that he was sitting in a dark parking lot. So Keegan went camping, huh? Yeah, I probably should have gone. He asked me to. Well, why didn't you? Because it was camping. Hiking through the woods and sleeping on the ground, it does not sound like a good time to me. And fishing is like the most boring thing on the planet. Okay, no arguments here. So why did you say you should have gone? Because he was being nice, asking me to go, and I don't really know anyone here. If I don't go out and do things, how will I meet people? That does sound like a problem. But it seems to me you should be making friends who like the same things you like. I know. But, when I had the flat, it just really hit me that I didn't have anyone here to call. But you did. You called me. And I'm glad you did. I'm pulling in now. I'm on the first row, far enough up to see the entrance. Okay, I see you. I hung up the phone and pulled into a spot just a few cars down from his. I got out and started his direction when he came around the back of the car and stopped me in my tracks. Holy shit, he looked amazing. Not as amazing as he had naked and underneath me, but damn close. I took a deep breath and made myself start walking towards him, and without thinking I did what felt natural. I opened up my arms. He didn't hesitate, just walked right into them, letting me wrap him up. I inhaled, taking in his scent and rubbing my cheek in his curls. Lord, I missed the feel of him. Having him close in the house every day kept me sane, but hadn't been what I wanted. This was what I wanted. Are you okay? I asked. I'm fine.
I told you I was okay.
I know you did, but you sounded a little shook up.
I was, but once I knew you were coming, I was fine.
This sweet boy honestly had no idea what knowing he felt that way did to me. I pulled back a little, but didn't let him go. So, a flat tire, huh?
Yeah, I have a spare and everything. I could have changed it, but I got spooked, he said,
hanging his head. I reached up and put one finger under his chin and lifted it. Brennan, you never have to be embarrassed for trusting your instincts. I'd much prefer you call me any time you need me. He looked up at me, his eyes big in the moonlight, and I was so tempted to kiss him. I slid one hand up his back into his hair. His breath caught, and I slowly started to lean down to kiss him. I lightly brushed my lips across his, and then looked him in the eyes. What were you doing here at the club, Angel? He sighed and lowered his eyes.
What do you think I was doing here?
I growled at the thought of him out here trolling for some random hookup. Is this what you were looking for? I asked, gripping his ass and pulling him tight against me, letting him feel how hard I was for him.
No, he whimpered. I mean, yes, it was. But then when I got in there, I didn't want anyone else touching me.
I leaned down and ran my nose up his neck to his ear. Oh, Angel, what am I going to do with you? He pulled back and gave me a smile that was sweet as sin.
Anything you want, Ryder. Anything you want.
My name sounded wrong coming from his lips. Instead, I longed to hear him call me Daddy. But that was a conversation for another day, if ever. For tonight, Ryder would do. I'll come back for your car tomorrow. Right now, let's just get home.
Chapter 20. Brennan. I knew I'd probably regret this later. Sleeping with my boss was such a bad idea, but this man wasn't just my boss. This was Ryder, and I couldn't explain how that was different, but somehow it was. The drive back to his house was the longest drive ever. We made small talk about work stuff, both of us avoiding talking about what we were doing. This didn't feel like two guys hooking up. It didn't feel casual. It felt important, like the beginning of something. And while I had no way of knowing what he was thinking, personally, I didn't want to examine that too hard. I just wanted to go with it and see what happened. I'd had my whole life planned out once before, and that didn't go so well. When I decided to go out tonight, I was thinking that living in the moment and taking what I wanted instead of wishing for it was the way to go. But the truth was, what I wanted had never been at that club. He pulled into the garage and killed the engine. I smiled nervously and undid my seatbelt to get out of the truck, but Ryder stopped me, putting his hand on the back of my neck and leaning towards me. He lightly brushed my lips with his. My eyes drifted shut, and I relaxed into the kiss. He pulled back and I looked up at him. You have the most beautiful eyes. Then he shook his head and chuckled. I guess we should get out of the truck. As soon as we were in the door, he bolted it, turned to me, pressing me against the wood, and was kissing me hard. When I felt his tongue flick across my lips, I opened my mouth for him, moaning softly as our tongues touched and slid along each other. I was panting when we finally broke the kiss. Damn, Angel. I think about doing this every single morning when you get here. Hearing that I hadn't been alone in this over the last couple of weeks made me feel more bold than normal. Really? What else have you been thinking about? I asked. He slipped his hand into my hair and tightened his grip just enough for me to feel the tug. Then he leaned down near my ear and growled, Why don't we get you up to my room, and I'll show you. He was the only man who'd ever growled at me, and the way he was gentle with me, but a little rough at the same time, was a huge turn-on. Sounds like a plan. He reached down under my ass with both hands and lifted me up. My legs instinctively went around his waist, and he kissed me again. Then he carried me up the steps to his room and placed me on the bed. I'd never had anyone carry me anywhere before. Even the idea of Patrick carrying me anywhere was so ludicrous, a laugh burst out before I could stop it.
"What are you laughing about?" he asked.
"Nothing. I was just thinking that no one had ever carried me before."
"And that thought made you laugh?"
"Well, if you knew my ex, you would get why it's funny," I said, reaching for the button on my shorts. He watched me with hungry eyes as I pushed the shorts over my hips and kicked them off on the floor. Then I sat up and pulled my shirt over my head and tossed it to the side.
"Fuck, you're gorgeous," he said,
stripping off his own clothes. This wasn't the first time I'd seen Ryder naked, but the first time it was so fast I didn't really have time to appreciate his body. He had wide shoulders and a muscular chest. His chest and stomach were covered in curly brown hair that was the thickest in the middle of his chest. He was perfect. I scooted back on the bed and propped up on my elbows, watching him as he crawled up on the bed beside me. He leaned over, taking my mouth with his, and I ran my fingers up over his chest through the hair there. He pressed kisses along my chin and across my jaw, and then trailed his tongue down my neck. His hand moved down my torso and then back up to my nipples. He teased one side with his fingers while he licked and nipped the other. "Oh, God," I gasped, placing my hands above my head and arching my back up into his touch. He rolled away from me, and I whimpered in protest. He chuckled and said,
"I'm just getting a condom and a lube. I'll be back."
"Do you have to?" He looked back at me over his shoulder, questioningly. "Get a condom, I mean. I've been tested." I wasn't sure where that even came from. I'd never been reckless. Hell, Patrick and I used condoms for months, even after we were living together. But I desperately wanted Ryder inside me with nothing between us.
"Are you sure?"
I nodded, and he tossed the condom back in the drawer and turned back to me.
"I haven't been with anyone else since the last time I was tested. But if we're going to go without condoms, it has to stay that way."
I nodded in agreement. He kissed me again, then moved down my body. I gasped when his tongue swirled around the head of my cock, and when he took me into his mouth, I moaned, pushing my hips off the mattress. His mouth was wet and hot as he locked his lips around me, sliding his mouth down to the root and slowly bobbed up and down. "Ryder, I can't. I'm gonna. Fuck." He pulled off and gave me a wicked smile.
"I want to be inside you when you come."
"Yes, please," I panted. I could feel his hard length pressing into my thigh. He reached over and picked up the lube he'd grabbed earlier, and then sat back on his knees between my legs. He opened the bottle and poured some into his hands. Then he grabbed his cock with one hand and slowly stroked himself, making a show of getting himself slick for me, while he used the other hand to prepare me for him. He pressed one finger in, sliding it in and out of my hole, then slid in two. He pumped them in and out, twisting them around and stretching me. I moaned and pulled my knees back, giving him better access. Once he was sure I was ready, he slid into me slowly. I let out a long groan as he filled me completely. He stilled for a few moments, giving me a chance to adjust. My body relaxed around him, and he began to move, pulling back and then slowly pushing back in, over and over. He began to thrust in and out of me, hard and deep, but it wasn't enough. "Faster, Ryder, please," I begged. I knew I wasn't going to last long. This was too much, too perfect. I reached down, wrapped my hand around my leaking cock, and began stroking myself in time with his thrusts. "Oh shit, yeah, just like that," I told him, as he slammed into me over and over. "Yes," I cried out as I came, shooting hot streams of cum all over my stomach. He gripped my hips, holding me in place as he thrust deep inside me, throwing his head back with a groan as he came, filling my channel with his seed.
"Damn, Angel."
He dropped to the bed beside me and pulled me into his arms. I let him hold me there for a minute, and then rolled to the side. "I need to run and get cleaned up. That was amazing, but messy. He chuckled. I think I like messy. He pulled me back for a kiss, then gave me a little push. You do what you need to do. I'll be right here waiting for you. Chapter 21. Ryder. I woke up and reached for Brennan, expecting him to still be with me, but he wasn't there. Then I heard the telltale sounds of someone cooking in the kitchen and smiled. He was cooking breakfast, because of course he was. I lay for a minute thinking about exactly what last night meant. I liked Brennan. I had from the first time I saw him in the hardware store. But did I want to keep him? And was keeping him even an option? We had things to talk about and some decisions to make, but that didn't have to be dealt with today. I got up, pulled on a pair of shorts, and went to the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee, but I paused in the doorway to watch the show currently playing out in my kitchen. Brennan had put on his shorts from the night before and nothing else. Not that the mesh shirt he'd been wearing had left much to the imagination. He wore a pair of earbuds. I guess he must keep them in his office, and was dancing around to the beat of whatever was playing in his ears. I leaned against the door jamb and watched for a minute while he shimmied and moved around. I was enjoying the performance and wondered if he'd be so free to dance around if he knew I was there, when he surprised me by giving his ass an obviously exaggerated shake, and then looked over his shoulder at me and winked. I burst out laughing and moved into the kitchen where he was. He popped out the earbuds and smiled at me. Were you enjoying the show? I was. How did you know I was here? That's your fault for having such shiny appliances, he teased. I saw your reflection in the toaster. Oh, man, foiled by a toaster. Yep, they'll get you every time. I have pancakes, eggs, and sausage. Thank you. You didn't have to go to so much trouble for me. I walked to him and wrapped my arms around him, pulling him in for a good morning kiss. I know I didn't, but I wanted to. Now grab a cup of coffee and have a seat. It's almost all ready. So, I said, pouring the coffee, what do you have planned for today? Nothing, really. We have to take care of your car, but after that, do you want to go for a motorcycle ride? I asked. My uncle had one, and when we were little, he would take us for rides, but aside from that, I've never been on one. Well, all you have to do is hold on. I'll take care of the rest. Okay, sure. Why not? We can go by your place so you can change, get your tire taken care of, and then hit the road. The weather is supposed to be perfect for a ride today. Over breakfast, we talked about our plans for the week and what jobs I had lined up. Then I remembered the cookout for all the guys. Hey, listen, I invited a bunch of my friends to come over on Saturday for a cookout. You could sleep over on Friday night if you want to, and then stay for the cookout. We hadn't really talked about what this was between us, and I knew we'd have to do that, but for now, I just wanted to enjoy him being here. Oh, that would be fun. I keep telling myself I need to meet people here, but so far I haven't done a very good job of it. How many people will be here? I don't know for sure. You don't know? How do you know how much food to buy? I don't know. I just figured I'd buy a bunch of meat, and if I don't need it, I can freeze it. No, that will never do. You need to have a plan. What were you planning for side dishes? Or are people bringing things? I didn't ask anyone to bring anything. I just figured I'd buy a couple tubs of the pre-made potato salad and call it good. He looked like I'd just said I was going to rob a bank. You cannot serve your friends store-bought potato salad and nothing else. That will never do. It's worked in the past, I insisted. Well, that was then. You have me here now, and in my family you do not serve store-bought potato salad. I chuckled, because honestly I kind of liked the store-bought potato salad, but he seemed pretty dead set against it. You need to give me a general idea of how many people are coming, and I'll take care of everything. Brennan, I didn't ask you to come so you could play host, I said. The last thing I wanted was him thinking I wanted him here in a work capacity, but when his face fell, I knew somehow that I'd said the wrong thing. Oh, I didn't mean to overstep or anything. I mean, it's your friends and stuff. And I'm sure you wouldn't want them to get the wrong idea if I'm here acting like...
Stop, I commanded, and he froze. You misunderstood what I meant. What I meant was, I didn't ask you to come to work like it's part of your job. I asked you because I want you to be here with me.
I wouldn't be doing it as part of my job, Ryder. I'd be doing it for you, well, and for your friends, because no one should have to eat that pre-made stuff.
You really enjoy cooking for people, don't you?
I do, and I like organizing things.
Believe me, I know that. My business has never been so organized. And if you want to organize this cookout, you go for it. I'll give you my credit card and you can buy whatever you need.
That sounds good. You get me an idea how many, and I'll put together a plan.
I reached over and took his hand. I'll get you a list of who's coming. But I think we need to talk about last night. I saw the change in him as soon as I said that, like he'd thrown up a protective shield of some kind. And that would never do, so I rushed on. I mean about us not using a condom and what that means. I know we were kind of in the heat of the moment at the time, so I just want to be sure we're on the same page. Okay, he said cautiously. That isn't something I normally do, especially not this early in a relationship.
Me either. I was with Patrick, my ex, for almost a year before we ditched the condoms.
I nodded in agreement because that was much more my normal as well. But there was nothing about this thing with Brennan that was my normal. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing here, Angel. But what I do know is I haven't wanted anyone but you since the day I saw you in that hardware store. And I want to see where this thing goes.
Me too,
he agreed.
Chapter 22. Brennan. This had been the best week ever. Ryder had changed my flat tire and then taken me to a place he knew of to get a new one. They weren't open on the weekend, so we left the car there, and I spent the rest of the weekend with him. I'd enjoyed the motorcycle ride, but that was mostly because I liked sitting behind him with my arms wrapped around his chest. Since I didn't have a car, he took me to the store on Sunday so I could get what I needed to cook dinner for us that night. My car was ready Monday morning, and he came home for lunch to take me to get it. It wasn't that I couldn't have handled the car on my own. I could have. But it was really nice to not have to. I'd never had that. My dad would have insisted that, as a man, it was my job to handle stuff like this myself, and Patrick had never been the type to do things for anyone but himself. On Friday, I was excited because I was spending the night, and it would be the first time I'd stayed over since I got my car back. Each day, when it got to be quitting time, I was tempted to stay until Ryder got home, but I didn't want to come across as clingy. We'd said we were going to try this thing, but I didn't know exactly what this thing was. I had all the food planned out, and since Ryder had assured me multiple times this week that I had permission to spend as much as I wanted, I was also planning to buy a few decorative items for his patio. Not that I was planning on going overboard or anything, I just wanted everything to look nice. I'd spent most of the week making sure I had my work all done, so I didn't have to worry about that come Friday. I went to the store first thing, and then spent the rest of the day decorating the outside area and prepping the food. By the time Ryder got home, I had the cake I'd prepared for dessert made, the sides done, and the meat was all marinating, so all he had to do tomorrow was fire up the grill. I was finishing the cleanup when Ryder came into the kitchen and stepped up behind me at the sink, where I was washing the last of the dishes I'd messed up. He nuzzled my neck, making me shiver.
You know I have a dishwasher.
I know, but there wasn't enough for a load, so it made more sense to just wash them. Besides, I like bubbles. I raised my hand, picking up a handful of bubbles and blowing them back into the sink.
Do you like bubble baths?
Sure, I love them. What's not to like?
I've never been a big fan, but now that I'm thinking about it, you, naked in a tub of bubbles, is something I could get behind.
Your tub is so huge, you could literally get behind me if you wanted to, I teased.
Oh, I won't. I'll tell you what, Angel. Let's go out to dinner, and we can stop and get some bubble bath on the way home.
That sounds amazing. Let me finish up here and I'll get changed.
Sounds good. I'll go take a shower really quick while you finish up, and then we'll go.
Chapter 23. Ryder.
I loved coming home to find Brennan there. I'd been tempted all week to ask him to stay, but I didn't want to rush things. Seeing him every morning when he arrived for work was great, and I enjoyed talking to him while he fixed my lunch each morning. I'd never had anyone want to do things like that for me before, and I found that I really liked it. And getting to kiss him goodbye every day when I headed out was no hardship either. But I was a greedy bastard and wanted his evenings, too. I wanted him to be here when I got home, and that meant we had things we needed to talk about. There were things he didn't know about me that he needed to be aware of. This was uncharted territory for me. Since the day I learned what it meant to be a daddy, I'd only been involved with other men who were in the lifestyle. I'd never had to explain how it worked. I'd never had to explain what it did to me to hear my boy call me daddy, and I'd never craved hearing it from anyone's lips the way I did Brennan's. That put me in an odd position. I wanted him either way. Even if he wasn't interested in the lifestyle at all, I didn't want to let him go, but I also wanted him to let me take care of him. When Ty called me up to let me know he'd fixed the tire on Brennan's car, it was hard for me not to ask if they needed to be replaced, but I didn't feel like I had the right to take care of it for him. A right I wanted. Each day when I came home and he wasn't there, I was disappointed. I wanted him in my space. For the first time since Casey, I wasn't worried about a boy being too needy. I was actually worried about him not being needy enough. But those were things that we didn't have to worry about tonight. He'd worked hard getting this cookout ready. I'd always just put some beer in a cooler, tossed some meat on the grill, and that was basically it. The guys weren't going to know what to think about this. Max and Travis would be here, which I was happy about. I'd wanted to have someone here closer to Brennan's age so he could start making friends in the gay community. Keegan was a great friend to him and seemed to really care about him, but he needed his own people. After a quick shower, I came back downstairs to find him changed, but collapsed on a couch. "What do you want to eat?" I asked. "It doesn't really matter to me. I've been thinking about food all day, so I'd be good with anything." "You know what? You look beat. How about if I go get us something and bring it back here? Then you can just relax." "No, it's okay. We can go out. That's what you wanted to do." "Angel, what I want is for you to relax right there while I go get us something to eat." He looked at me in a way that told me he hadn't expected me to say that. "Why on earth would I want you to have to go out and eat if you're tired?" "It's just that my ex, Patrick, would have wanted me to. He used to say it didn't do him any good to have such a pretty boyfriend if he couldn't take me out and show me off when he wanted to." "He said that? Like to your face?" I asked, and he nodded. "What an asshole." "He was," he agreed. "He wasn't all bad. He was just really caught up in how things looked. Image was everything to him." Sounds to me like he had his priorities mixed up. I cupped his cheek, and he leaned into my touch. I wanted to throat punch this Patrick dude, but I couldn't even actually be angry with him. Because if he hadn't been such an ass, then Brennan wouldn't be sitting here with me now. Image was everything to him, I thought, rolling my eyes. This precious man should have been everything to him. Image be damned. I called in an order to the local Italian place and then went after it, stopping on the way to pick up some bubble bath. I didn't know if he would be too tired to play tonight or not, but I wanted to be prepared just in case. When I got home, he was napping on the couch. "Hey, Angel, wake up. I have us some dinner." He sat up and stretched, his shirt lifting up to reveal a tantalizing strip of skin that made my mouth water. Then he looked up at me with sleepy eyes from under those long lashes, and it was like time stopped. Lord, he was stunning. He stood up and gave me a lazy smile. "What did you get?" It took me a second to get my brain back online to process what he asked. Oh, baked tortellini, salad, and garlic knots. Does that sound okay? That sounds amazing. I love baked tortellini. Let's go eat while it's hot, then. He grabbed us some silverware and a couple of plates, and I couldn't help but smile. He was such a caregiver. That hadn't been something I'd expected in a boy. No, more than that. It wasn't something I'd known I wanted in a boy. But I loved it. Tell me about your friends who will be coming tomorrow so I know what to expect. Desi and his wife, Angela, will be here. Great. I'm excited to meet him in person. He seems really nice on the phone. He's excited to meet you in person, too. They probably won't stay long, though. This pregnancy has taken a lot out of her. Let's see. The guys I meet at the bar on Thursday will be here. You met Owen the night you and Keegan came to the bar. He's the bar owner, right? Right. And there will be Lucas. He runs a custom motorcycle shop. And Cooper. He owns a landscaping business. Last will be Max and his boyfriend Travis. They've been together a few years now, and I think you'll really like Travis. He's an accountant. I know he'll be thrilled to meet you. You're going to make his job a whole lot easier. He laughed at that. Your stuff wasn't that bad. That's nice of you to say, but we both know better. I debated what to tell him about Max and Travis's relationship. I didn't want to scare him off, but I also didn't want him to be taken by surprise. Max and Travis were basically in a full-time daddy-boy relationship, so odds were good Brennan would hear Travis call Max daddy at some point. I decided the best thing would be for me to let him know ahead of time. So I thought I'd let you know Max and Travis are in a bit of an unconventional relationship. Okay. Unconventional how? Are you familiar with the daddy-boy lifestyle? A bit. I don't know a lot, but I know it is a thing. Is Travis a little? He asked. No, but he is Max's boy, and he does call Max daddy. Okay, and what about your other friends? Will they have dates or partners or anything with them? No, Cooper's boy moved a while back, so he's currently single, and Lucas hasn't had a boy in a long time. Chapter 24. Brennan. I let what he'd just said sink in. All of these men were daddies. Did that mean? So, all of your friends are daddies? They are, he said, looking at me, waiting, giving me time to put it all together. I hadn't been joking. I knew very little about daddies. I mean, I knew they existed, but not much else. My knowledge was basically what I'd picked up in porn and a couple of books I'd read, so I had no idea how realistic my ideas were. I knew that Ryder fit the image of what I thought a hot daddy would be like, but I didn't know how that worked in the real world. So, is that what you want as well? A boy, I mean? I asked hesitantly. Again, I didn't know exactly how that would work, but I didn't think I'd be a good fit. At least not in the way I'd seen it portrayed. That's a complicated question, Ryder said. He moved the food around on his plate. I figured he was gathering his thoughts, and I'd give him a chance to pull them together, the same as he did for me, although my mind was spinning. I'd gotten very comfortable here with Ryder, not just as his employee, but also as something more. I didn't want to give that up. But if he was looking for a man who'd let him make all his decisions for him, and who wanted to be told what to do all the time, this would never work. I'd spent most of my life doing what everyone else said I should do, and I was finished with that. I tried very hard not to let the panic that was brewing in my mind show on my face. I have been in daddy-boy relationships before. That's actually how the guys and I all became friends. The kink community is kind of like a family. We kind of all know each other. I've known Owen since we were kids. We grew up together. But I met Cooper at a club. I met Max at the bar. He and Owen were friends, and he introduced us to Lucas. Okay, I said hesitantly, because that was good to know, but it still didn't answer my question. There are things about being in a daddy-boy relationship I like. Things about it that come naturally to me. Things like rescuing lost men in the home improvement store. Yeah, he said, chuckling. Things like that. But you weren't lost. You were just in over your head a little bit. What I've learned is there are also aspects of it that don't quite fit as well for me as other daddies I know. Like what? From what little I knew about it, I bet he'd be a perfect daddy. That is a long story, and not one we have to go into tonight. Just let me say that I like what we have together, and I'm not looking for you to be anyone you aren't. I think you're perfect the way you are. I thought about what he said, and then nodded. I believed him. But I was still going to think about this a lot over the next couple of days. How about this? You put the leftovers away, and while you do that, I'll run you that bubble bath I mentioned earlier, and we can talk about this more later on. You got the bubble bath even though I didn't go out to dinner with you? Of course I did. It may not be the kind you would have picked out, but I'm pretty sure it'll make bubbles. Thank you, I said, leaning over to give him a kiss. That was sweet of you. You worked hard today to get everything ready for my friends. You deserve something nice. He stood and brushed a finger down my cheek. Come upstairs when you're done. I sat there at the table for a minute, just soaking in the way I was feeling at that moment. I'd never had anyone run me a bubble bath. No, more than that, I'd never been with anyone who made me feel like what I wanted or needed was as important as what they wanted. It was as confusing as it was wonderful, but how I felt about what Ryder had just shared with me was a problem for future Brennan. Present Brennan had a super hot man and a bubble bath waiting for him upstairs, and instead of worrying, I was going to take him at his word. For the first time in my life, no one wanted me to be anyone but me, and I would take it. I quickly put the food away and then headed upstairs. I wasn't sure exactly what I would find up there, but what waited for me was like something out of a movie or a romance novel. The lights in the bathroom were turned off, and the only illumination came from candles he'd placed around the room. There were a couple of glasses of wine sitting on the side of the tub, which was exactly what I needed tonight. But as sweet as all that was, the best part was what was in the massive tub. It was filled with bubbles and one insanely hot man. I stood there for a second, taking it all in. The candles, the wine, and the bubbles. I didn't even know what to say. Are you going to join me? I nodded and quickly stripped off my clothes. I've never taken a bath with anyone before, I said. Neither have I, but I think you need a little pampering tonight. Now come on in here and let me take care of you. I stepped into the hot water slowly, trying not to make a mess. He reached up and put his hands around my hips and guided me down, positioning me between his legs. I relaxed back against him and let out a contented sigh. He handed me a glass of wine, then shifted a little so that he was in a comfortable position. Then he settled one arm around my waist. We lay there, not talking, just drinking our wine and soaking. When I finished the glass of wine, he reached around me and took the empty glass, sitting it on the side of the tub next to his. Then he grabbed the mesh bath sponge, squeezed some liquid bath soap on it, and then washed my body, starting with my chest, then working his way down. I would love to wash your hair, he whispered in my ear, but maybe we better save that for a shower. I gasped as his hands dropped lower, and he cupped my balls in one hand while he washed my cock with the other. If you'd asked me an hour ago, I'd have told you I was too tired to even think about sex, but now it was all I could think about. It was like my whole body had become one giant erogenous zone. I felt his hard length nestled between my ass cheeks, and his lips as they trailed light kisses up my neck. Ryder, I moaned. What do you need, Angel? You. I just need you. He stood up, taking me with him, and then stepped out of the tub. Let's take this to the bed. He wrapped a towel around me, pulling me against him and kissing me. Damn, Angel, I want you. I took a step back and dropped the towel. Then take me,
His eyes flashed, and the next thing I knew, my feet weren't touching the ground, and he was carrying me to the bed. He tossed me onto the mattress before crawling up beside me. "We're going to get the bed wet," I said. "Don't care," he said. I pushed myself up into a sitting position and brushed my lips lightly against his, then tilted my head to the side slightly. He kissed the base of my neck in that spot where my neck and shoulder met. He moved up the arch of my neck, all the way to my ear, inhaling deeply. "Oh," he moaned softly. "You know what your scent does to me." "Mm-hmm," I grinned, loving that I could make him crazy. He leaned down and bit one of my nipples, making me squirm. He released the nipple from his teeth, and then used his tongue to soothe the pain. Grabbing the bottle of lube off the bedside table, he quickly slicked up his cock and moved into position between my legs. I pulled my knees up, giving him better access as he lined himself up with my entrance. He pressed forward slowly until he was balls deep inside me. "Oh, yes. So good," I said, tilting my pelvis up to give him a better angle. Ryder began to thrust in long, driving strokes, pumping into me with deep, punishing thrusts, working my body for all it was worth. He scattered soft, gentle kisses along my temple, even as he fucked deep into me. I loved it like this when he was rough and gentle at the same time. He placed his hand on the wall above my head for leverage. He pulled out till only the head of his cock remained inside, and then thrust, plunging in hard. He fucked me with a smooth, hard rhythm as he thrust in and out. I moaned and gasped for air as he set up a brutal rhythm, nailing my prostate with the head of his cock. The heat built inside my stomach, and I knew I was about to come. "I'm close," I told him, reaching for my cock, stroking it. He threw his head back, making sounds that were primal and desperate and full of need. I loved seeing this big, strong man so close to losing his mind, all because of me. We both cried out as we came, riding out the waves of pleasure together. Ryder. I wrapped my arms around him, holding him tight, and waited for the earth to stop spinning. That had been one of the most intense orgasms of my life. "Wow," he whispered. "Yeah," I agreed. He chuckled and snuggled in close. "We have to do something about the bed, but not yet. Can we just lie here a minute first?" "I'd love to, but I think we better take care of it all or else we're going to fall asleep." We got cleaned up, but decided just to strip the comforter off the bed. I could deal with that tomorrow. We crawled back in bed and collapsed in each other's arms. I held him close and ran my fingers up his back slowly. It didn't take long until his breathing slowed, and he was sleeping. I thought back to our conversation earlier, when I told him about Travis and Max, and he asked me if that was what I wanted. Here in the dark, with him in my arms, I gave that some serious thought. Was it? It was kind of funny. Before Brennan came into my life, I wasn't sure. After the experience I'd had with Casey, I'd decided maybe it wasn't for me. But now I knew two things. First off, I knew that I wanted him to be my boy. And second of all, I knew that if he decided calling me Daddy wasn't for him, it wouldn't matter to me. It wouldn't change the fact that I was his daddy and considered him my boy. That was just who I was. I would, however, consider it a gift if he ever called me Daddy. A gift, but not a necessity. Brennan was a necessity, not the word. Chapter 25. Brennan. I spent the whole day Friday getting ready for today's cookout, so I wouldn't have to worry about any of it today. But it didn't take long this morning for me to realize the problem with that plan. Now I had an entire day to kill and nothing to do to keep myself from being nervous about meeting Ryder's friends. Ryder had to go fix a leaking faucet in a bathroom he'd remodeled not long ago, so I was on my own. It would have been better if Keegan had been able to come, because he could have kept me company, but he already had plans for the weekend. I thought about going shopping, but I honestly didn't need anything. Instead, I decided to make muffins. Not for any particular reason, just because I was nervous, and when I was nervous, I baked. I was just pulling the muffins out of the oven when the garage door opened. I smiled. Ryder was home. He came in the entrance to the kitchen, and I turned to greet him, but he stepped back out of my reach. "Hold on," he said, raising his hands. "I'm a mess. I need to hop in the shower before I touch you." I took a good look at him and laughed. Oh my goodness, what happened? I thought it was a leak in a bathroom sink. "Well, that's what they called me over for, but it turned out it was worse than we thought, and I had to go under the house. And someone," he gave me a mock glare, "distracted me this morning with kisses, and I forgot to take my coveralls with me." "Okay, back out in the garage with you. I want you to strip out of those clothes right by the washer, and I'll spray them with stain spray and get them in the washer while you shower." I motioned with my hands for him to move back the way he came. "Go on." He chuckled but did what I said. He quickly stripped out of the messy clothes and then dashed naked back into the house. I sprayed his clothing and put them in the washer. Then I set a reminder on my phone to start the washer when he was done in the shower, which shouldn't take him but a second, or it wouldn't have if he'd been in the shower. Instead, when I came back into the house, I found him naked in the kitchen eating a muffin. "What are you doing?" "Eating a muffin. I couldn't help it. They smelled so good." "You need to hurry up or your friends are going to arrive and find you naked in the kitchen." "I'll just give them a muffin and they'll forget all about the fact that I'm naked." "Trust me, my muffins may be tasty, but they aren't good enough to distract anyone from you standing here naked. Now hurry up." He popped the last bite into his mouth. Okay, I'm going." I checked the clock and saw that we had a few more minutes before anyone was due to arrive. I just hoped Ryder showered fast, because I didn't want to answer the door and greet his friends without him. I checked the patio to make sure everything looked good, and then started setting out the appetizers for everyone. I'd just pulled out the cake and set it on the kitchen table when Ryder came back in, looking cleaned up and super handsome in his blue t-shirt and denim shorts. "Anything I can do to help?" he asked. "No, I've got everything for now. You'll get your turn when it's time to fire up the grill." He slid up behind me and leaned down near my ear. "So can I get my welcome home hug now that I'm cleaned up?" I turned to face him and melted into his arms as he wrapped them around me. I let out a contented sigh and laid my head on his shoulder. "Are you nervous about meeting everyone?" he asked. "A little." "Well, you don't need to be. And I don't just say that because they're my friends. But honestly, these are good guys. They're going to love you." "You think so?" "I do," he said. At the same time, the sound of motorcycles rumbled from outside. "Speaking of which, they're here." "All of them?" I asked. I expected them to come a little at a time, not all at once. "I don't know if it was all of them, but it's for sure more than one." He went to the front door, opening it. "Hey guys, come on in," he called. He stepped to the side, and people started streaming in the door. I recognized Owen from the night Keegan had tried to get me a job at the bar, and the two other men as the two who had been sitting there with Ryder when we first arrived. I didn't recognize the other two men. I assumed the one with the very pregnant woman was Desi, and the one with the young man at his side was Max. Ryder turned to me and gave me a reassuring smile, holding out his hand. I walked to him, placing my hand in his. "Everyone, this is Brennan. Brennan, this is Cooper, Lucas, and you've met Owen." "Hi," I said. He turned to his left and said, "This is Max and Travis, Desi and Angela." "Nice to meet you in person," Desi said, holding out his hand. I shook it. "Same here." "I've heard so much about you," Angela said. "Desi said that things have been running so much smoother ever since you joined them." I felt my cheeks heating and cursed my light coloring. "It's been a pleasure." "Okay, come on. Let's move out of the entrance and onto the patio." He led everyone into the house and then through my office. "Oh, wow. This turned out really good," Cooper said, standing in the middle of the room. "It did, didn't it?" Ryder said. "Cooper helped me get all the furniture and stuff for you that weekend before you started." Well, thank you, Cooper. I couldn't believe it when he told me this room had been a dining room the day before.
Believe it. But he was determined this would be a great space for you, and I can see he was right. This must be a great place to work.
It really is, I agreed. We'd propped open the doors from the office out onto the patio so people could come in and out, and from outside I heard someone say, "Holy shit, Ryder, what happened to your patio? It looks like something out of a magazine."
That was all Brennan, he said. You know if it was me, you'd be lucky to have enough chairs, much less these lights and decorations.
I grinned at his comment and went to the kitchen to grab a couple of pitchers I'd made with drinks in them. I knew the guys would mostly just drink beer, but Angela would need something else, so I made some freshly squeezed lemonade. The other pitcher was sangria, which I made for me, but I was happy to share if anyone wanted any. "Can I help you carry anything?" a voice asked from behind me. I turned to find Travis standing there. "There are some plastic glasses in the cabinet right there if you could grab those." "You got it. Is that sangria?" "It is. You want some?" "Of course I do. I love sangria." "Me too. This one is just plain lemonade." The patio really does look fantastic, and so does Ryder. I've never seen him look so happy. "Really?" "Really." "Good. Now let's go have a drink."
Chapter 26. Ryder. I was standing by the grill waiting for it to get hot and talking with Cooper when I saw Brennan and Travis walk out the back door, grinning and laughing. It made my heart swell to see him getting to know Travis. I thought they would get along. I was glad to see that I was right. I watched as he talked to Angela, and they laughed. Then he poured her a glass of what looked like lemonade and poured himself a dark, red, fruity drink. He looked up at me over his wine glass and grinned at me. I winked at him, and Travis saw me. He leaned down and whispered something to Brennan. Brennan blushed and said something back, and they both laughed. "Your boy seems to be having a good time," Coop said. "He isn't my boy," I said, but in my heart I knew that wasn't true. He might not ever reach a point where he called me daddy, but he was my boy in every way that mattered. "Whatever you say." Coop rolled his eyes at me, but grinned.
"Is the grill ready?"
Brennan called over to me. I checked it and then yelled back that it was.
"I'll grab the meat for you then."
"Thanks, Angel."
"You are so gone over him, aren't you?" Lucas asked.
"Oh, yeah," I agreed, not seeing any reason to deny it.
"Well, I think he's good for you."
"I agree," Coop said. "How is going with him working for you?" "Great. I couldn't ask for anyone better. He has all my accounts organized. My invoices are going out weekly, and he loves to research supplies to try to find the cheapest places for me to order stuff. Plus, I now have a social media presence. Although he isn't at all happy with the pictures I take of my work, so he's threatening to start coming to the job sites and take pictures for me." He came back out and handed me a platter covered in various meats, a pair of tongs, and a spatula.
"Anything else you need?"
"Nothing I can think of." I leaned down and gave him a quick kiss. "Thank you, Angel."
"How long before we're ready to eat, so I know when to start setting stuff out?"
I glanced at the pile of food on the plate and said, "Give me about 30 minutes.
"Sounds good. I'm going to go sit with Travis for a while. If you need anything, let me know."
He started over to where Travis and Max sat, talking to everyone on his way. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I would have bet he was checking on everyone to see if they had everything they needed. "This meat ain't gonna grill itself, so either get to it or hand me the tongs," Lucas said. "Oh, shut up, I'm doing it."
Brennan. "Daddy, did you talk to Cooper about building the fish pond?"
"I did, baby boy. He's going to get started on it in a couple of weeks."
"Thank you, Daddy," Travis said, snuggling in close to Max.
"So," Max said, turning to me, "how are you liking working for Ryder?"
"I love it."
"I love what you're doing with the Facebook page. I especially like how you have been posting links to articles, like that one last week on alternative flooring materials.
Oh, and the one about the living roofs. That was really cool. We got a lot of questions about that one. Hey, you know what would be good? I asked Travis. You should do a guest post on the Facebook page about the tax implications of home improvement. That's a great idea, and maybe I could pick up some new clients. Max chuckled and kissed Travis on the cheek. You two boys keep talking. I'm going to go check on Ryder. He stood, but then turned a firm glare on Travis. But don't spend the whole day talking about work. This is supposed to be fun. We won't, Daddy, I promise, Travis said, looking up at Max adoringly. As soon as Max had walked away, I turned to Travis. Can I ask you a question? Sure. Does it not bother you to call him Daddy in front of other people? It depends on who the people are. I really only do it around people that won't be bothered by it. That makes sense, I nodded. Have you ever had a daddy before? He asked. Oh, Ryder isn't... I sighed, and tried to decide what to say. We're still figuring things out. I've never been in a relationship like this before. Here's the important thing to remember. It's just like any other relationship. There's no set way you have to be. All that matters is what works for you and Ryder. But that said, if you have any questions, you can always call me. The timer I'd set on my phone to alert me when the food was almost ready went off. I need to go set out the rest of the food. We're almost ready to eat. But thank you, Travis, for answering my questions. Seriously, anytime. Now let's go eat. I'm starving, and as long as it's just setting everything out, let me come help. I don't know anything about cooking. I swear the local delivery people know me by name. But I can uncover dishes and put them on the table with the best of them. Everything's ready, so no cooking required, I said, laughing. Ryder. Those two seem to have hit it off, Max said, taking a drink of his beer. I was hoping they might. Travis is a good guy, and Brennan doesn't know many people here. What are you two old men talking about over here? Cooper asked. He opened the grill and poked at one of the steaks. Stop it, I grumbled. It isn't ready and we aren't old. Although some days by the end of the workday I feel like I am. Speaking of work, did you find enough summer help? I asked him. I did. Thank goodness for college kids. Well, most of them anyway, he said, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. What? Max asked. Did one of your new hires give you problems? No, Cooper sighed, shaking his head. You all know Gabriel Johnson? Sure. He owns that big house just outside of town, right? Works in the city. I built a pool house for him a couple years ago. Seemed like a good guy. He's a good guy. One of my favorite customers, actually. It isn't him. It's his nephew. Some young kid that's staying there. Thinks the sun shines out his ass just because his uncle has money. He's on my last nerve. Really? Does Gabriel know? Nah, he's at work all day. But every week when I show up, I barely get started before he's out parading his basically bare ass around the pool. He's out there naked? I asked. No, I said basically. He wears these tiny little Speedos. I think he thinks I'm straight and he's trying to shock me. At first, I thought it was funny, parading around in his rainbow-colored shorts, painting his nails by the pool. I kind of got a kick out of him at first, and I sure didn't mind the eye candy while I worked. But then he opened his mouth. Good Lord, the little shit is so full of himself it's ridiculous. Kid probably has more money than brains. Are you going to say anything? To Gabriel? No. I'm sure the kid's just here for the summer break. Although why a kid his age would want to spend his vacation here instead of on the beach is a mystery to me. Come fall, I'm sure he'll go back to wherever he came from. Most likely, I agreed. I think we're about ready to eat. Chapter 27. Brennan. I spent the rest of the cookout handling the food and making sure everyone had what they needed. Ryder kept telling me to relax and enjoy myself, but what he didn't understand yet was this was me enjoying myself. This was exactly what I'd always wanted to do. For me, today was like a dream come true, as silly as that may have been. When I was with Patrick, this was what I thought our lives were going to be like. Having cookouts with friends, people hanging out and enjoying themselves. This was everything I'd imagined. All thanks to Ryder. I thought about what Travis said and wondered if I could imagine calling Ryder Daddy. I looked around at all these people and I couldn't imagine saying it in front of everyone. But Travis said there were no rules and that not all boys called their daddy that in public. Not all boys. I thought about that one for a minute. I'd done enough research to know that that was my real hang-up. Not calling Ryder Daddy, because if I'd ever seen a man who fit the description, it was him. Well, him and his friend Owen both. No, my issue was with the idea of me being someone's boy. Because as nice as it sounded to have someone taking care of you, being dependent on someone hadn't worked out so good for me with Patrick. Not to mention what my father would say. Not that I would ever tell him anyway, but that didn't mean his voice didn't live in my head like an unwelcome house guest I couldn't get to leave. A pair of strong arms wrapped around me, and Ryder's familiar scent flooded my senses. "What's wrong, Angel? You were looking just as happy as a pig in mud, and then all of a sudden you looked like you remembered something unpleasant." I relaxed back into him and let go of all my worries. There was nothing to be done about them right now anyway, and it turned out to be a great day. I'm fine, really. I think the cookout went really well, don't you? It did. But it wouldn't have been half as good without your planning, and especially not without your food. Angela is nice. She and Desi are a cute couple. She's really nice, and they're so excited about this baby. I can tell, and Desi is too. He is. He loves that woman to distraction, and he's always wanted kids. By the time everyone was gone and we'd cleaned up, I was exhausted. This was fun, Ryder. Your friends were really nice. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Angel. He leaned over and kissed me, and I relaxed into him for just a minute. I need to get going. If I don't go soon, I may fall asleep on the way home. Home? Did you need to go home for something? Well, no, but I'm pretty beat. I'll probably fall asleep before my head hits the pillow. I don't have the energy for... I paused, trying to figure out how to say what I was thinking, but he interrupted me, saving me the trouble. I don't see any reason why you can't sleep here. Why don't you take a quick shower while I finish up a few things down here? You can sleep here, and I'll take you out to breakfast in the morning. You don't mind? Up to this point, I'd only spent the night here when I knew the plan was for us to have sex. But sleeping over just to sleep was a totally different thing. Not that I minded at all. I slept much better next to him than I did at Keegan's house all alone in my bed. Not only do I not mind, I'd like it if you would stay. I like sleeping with you. Thank you, Daddy. I tested out the name in my mind. I imagined him looking at me in the same adoring way Max had looked at Travis when he called him Daddy, and just thinking about it made my cock start to stiffen. Not to mention, it gave me a warm feeling in the middle of my chest. I had a lot to think about, but for tonight, I just gave him a kiss and went to take a shower. On Monday, I decided to surprise him and have dinner ready for him when he got home. I knew he ate out a lot, and that was just a waste of money, not to mention it wasn't healthy for him. I needed to tell him it was here so he wouldn't stop and pick something up, so mid-afternoon I sent him a text. Me. I put dinner in the crock pot for you this morning. It'll be ready at 5:30, but it will be fine sitting on warm until you get home. Ryder. That sounds great. We should be able to leave here right at 5, so I'll see you then. First of all, Ryder never knocked off right at 5, and second of all, I hadn't planned on staying to eat. It was just something I did for him so he'd have good food to eat. But after that message, I didn't feel like I could leave. Not that I minded eating with him. I didn't at all. But that wasn't why I did it. I was putting together a salad for us to go with the chicken when he arrived. That smells great, he said, walking straight to me and wrapping me in his arms. I hope you'll like it. I'm sure I will.
but I don't want you spending your money on food for me. Why don't you go to the store and get whatever you need, and I'll give you my card?"
I pictured what it would be like to fix dinner for him every night, and I had to admit I loved the idea. "I can do that, Daddy," I added mentally. The more times I thought it, the more it seemed to fit. I spent most of the week just enjoying the idea of what was developing between Ryder and me. So far, I'd spent the night over there every night since Friday. That hadn't been my plan, but ever since I fixed dinner for him on Monday, he'd been coming home early to eat with me, and then one thing led to another, which meant I stayed, only going home to get clothes. I'd found that it was really easy to think of him as Daddy when we were in bed, and I wondered what he would think about that. I'd been texting off and on with Travis since Saturday, and he'd been happy to answer any questions I had. I'd read some things online about the way daddy-boy relationships worked, but I kept checking in with Travis to see if what I was reading was credible. Thursday was the day Ryder met with all the other daddies at the bar, so I called Keegan and let him know I'd be home to see if he wanted to hang out. We had a great evening catching up. We played video games and drank way too much beer.
"I'm a little bit jealous of you, I think," he said.
"Jealous of me? Why?"
"I don't know. You love your job. You have this great guy that you can't stop talking about, who's obviously crazy about you, too. It must be nice to have someone to take care of you like that."
"What do you mean, take care of me like that?" He made me feel taken care of. That was the truth. In so many little ways, like the way foods I enjoyed mysteriously appeared in his house, buying me the bubbles for my bath that night, and the way he would send me texts throughout the day to check on me. But I hadn't mentioned those to Keegan, so I wondered what he meant.
"You know, like how he took care of your car when it had a flat, and stuff like that."
"He'd do more of it if I let him, but I don't want to take advantage." I had no doubt this was true not only from things Ryder had said, but also from what I'd learned both online and from Travis. Ryder was the kind of daddy who liked to spoil his boy, and as much as I hated to admit it, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I wanted to be spoiled. That would be a hard thing to explain to someone, though, without going into the whole daddy thing, and I wasn't ready to talk about it with anyone outside of Travis or Ryder. Daddy. Travis or Daddy.
"More how?" he asked.
Like he always wants to pay for stuff, and he wants to teach me to ride a motorcycle. He also has an unnatural obsession with how much water I drink, which is really cute, but kind of annoying. I think it comes from him working outside in the heat, but I'm sitting in his cushy, air-conditioned house.
"Well, you drink a lot of coffee," Keegan pointed out.
"I do, but coffee is made with water," I insisted, and he just raised one eyebrow and glared at me. Yeah, fine, Ryder isn't buying that either. The other day I was working along, getting all his estimates entered in the computer, when a guy showed up at the house with a water dispenser. He said Ryder ordered it. We have one in the kitchen, but he thought it would be handy for me to have one in my office.
"See, I think that's sweet. Like I said, I'm a little jealous. I don't ever meet any girls like that. They all want me to take care of them instead of the other way around."
I'm not gonna lie. It is nice to have someone who worries about me. I don't think I've ever really had that before. Patrick sure wasn't ever worried about me.
"Well, Patrick is a jackass, and you're much better off here."
No arguments here. I liked having a daddy to look out for me and to take care of any problems I might have. And whether Ryder was officially my daddy or not, that was the way I'd started to think of him.
Chapter 28. Ryder. This was the first Thursday I could remember when I met the guys for a beer, and I really wished I were somewhere else. We'd worked until after 6, and when I got home, I contemplated not going. But sitting in my empty house didn't hold much appeal. This was the only day all week I'd worked past 5, something Desi was starting to appreciate. Thanks to the work Brennan was doing, we had more jobs than we could handle, but I still couldn't bring myself to work late, knowing that he was there waiting for me with dinner. It not only seemed rude, but I enjoyed our meals together. not to mention what came afterwards. Tonight would be the first night I'd slept alone in a week, and I wasn't looking forward to it. I slept much better with my angel curled up next to me than I did any other time. "So, how are things going with your boy?" Coop asked. "He seems great." "He is great. He just isn't my boy. At least, not really. Travis said he asked him a bunch of questions about the way things work," Max said. "Did he? I don't know what they talked about. We discussed it a little before the party, and to be honest, he seemed kind of spooked by the idea, so I haven't brought it up again. I keep thinking it's something we need to talk about. I think you should give him a little time to work it out on his own. Just make sure he knows you're open to answering any questions he has. But from what Travis said, I think he's going to get there." On Friday morning, I woke up grouchy, mostly just because I hadn't had a good night's sleep the night before. One thing I knew for sure after tossing and turning half the night was that I was running short on patience. I wanted my angel here with me. I didn't know exactly what he was thinking, but I didn't like him being away from me. Common sense said I was rushing things, and I needed to give him time to sort everything out. And I trusted Max, so if he agreed with that, then I would give him time. By the time Brennan arrived, looking well-rested and chipper as always, I'd taken a shower and downed enough coffee to make me seem human. I kissed him and held him tight. "Hey, Angel. Did you have a good night?" "I did. Keegan and I hung out. Did you have fun with all your daddy friends?" "I did. I was thinking, why don't we do something fun this weekend?" "Like what?" "I don't know. I'll come up with something if you're game." "Oh, I'm game," he said, grinning. "I would love to go do something fun." "Maybe on Sunday we can go riding with Max and Travis." "That sounds good to me. You know, Travis mentioned wanting to go for a spa day." He sounded hesitant, like he wasn't sure if that was a good idea or not. "I think that sounds like fun. I bet you all would have a good time." "You think so? I've never been before." "Oh yeah, you two would have a blast. No doubt about it." "Okay. I'll message him and tell him I want to go. Not sure when, though. Anyway, how does roast sound for dinner? I saw this recipe online and I want to try it." "That sounds perfect to me, Angel. I'll be home by 5:30. We spent most of Saturday laying around the house being lazy, something I rarely did, but it was nice spending that time with him. We'd watched movies. Then he watched me while I finally got around to changing the faucet in the bathroom. On Sunday, we met up with Max and Travis to go for a ride. We set out on a winding country road that was one of my favorites. Normally, my favorite thing about riding was that the rest of the world faded away as everything rushed by me in a blur. But with him sitting right behind me, arms tight as he held on, instead of fading away, it was like I had a sense of clarity about life and what I wanted for the future. We stopped at a barbecue place Max and I always stopped at when we took this route. "I love the food here," Travis said when we climbed off the bikes. "I know you do," Max said, brushing a kiss across Travis's lips. "I need to hit the head and then I'll order for us." Travis watched as Max walked off, and I was struck again by how perfect they were for each other. "What are you going to get?" Brennan asked. "Whatever Daddy orders for me," Travis said. "You don't get to pick your own food?" he asked. "I mean, I could, but I don't like to. Choosing between things I like stresses me out, so Daddy picks for me." "Okay, that makes sense. I always think picking what to order is part of the fun." "Speaking of picking, here's the menu if you want to decide what you want." I handed him my phone where I pulled up the online menu for the place. He studied it for a minute and then said, "The chopped brisket sandwich combo sounds good. Why don't you and Travis go get us a table, and I'll order for us." "Sounds good to me." I got in line to order, but watched them as they chose a table and took a seat. It wasn't long before Max walked up beside me. "Those two are becoming thick as thieves, aren't they?" "They are. I'm glad." I am too. Travis has some friends here, but they're more work friends than close friends. We ordered the food and then took a seat at the table while we waited for them to call our number. The boys chatted about the spa day they were planning and some television show they both watched. The food was fantastic as always. When we were done, we headed back toward home. When we came to the place in the road where Max and Travis had to turn off, I waved at Max, and Travis mimicked calling on a phone to Brennan. It wasn't much further to our house. After I pulled into the garage, we both climbed off the motorcycle. I can see why you enjoy it so much. Brennan ran his hand along the bike seat. It's a great way to pass an afternoon. It is, I agreed as I followed him inside. He turned and looked up at me with those fuck-me eyes and licked his lips. I can think of an even better way to pass the time, though. Oh, you can you? I stalked towards him until we were standing chest to chest. He rubbed his groin against mine and moaned softly. Riding behind you like that makes me so hard. Trust me, I know. I could feel it pressing into my backside for the last 30 minutes. I backed him up the stairs while I undid his belt and unbuttoned his pants. As soon as we reached the top of the stairs, I pushed them down his hips, and his cock sprang free. He ducked his head in an attempt to hide his blush, but I lifted his chin and brushed a kiss across his sweet lips. Then he slowly dropped to his knees in front of me, as his hands fumbled with the button and zipper on my jeans. This wasn't what I had planned, but I wasn't one to argue when a beautiful man was on his knees in front of me. I knocked his hands away from my fly and quickly unzipped them myself, pushing both my pants and my underwear down. I stepped out of my jeans, kicking them aside, and slid a hand into Brennan's hair, pulling him slowly toward my cock. Brennan looked up at me as his lips parted and his tongue came out, sliding in small circles around the crown on my cock. Then he pushed forward, taking over half my length at once. He began to suck eagerly as I pulled back and gently thrust back in a few times. I watched him, gauging his reaction as I slowly pressed in, going all the way to the back of his throat. No boy I'd ever been with had looked half as perfect as Brennan did, staring up at me with his big blue eyes under those long, feathery lashes. I pulled out quickly before I came, and he whimpered, lunging for my cock again. I wrapped my hand tight in the soft blonde curls of his hair and held him still. Not tonight, Angel. I don't want to come until I'm buried deep inside you. He whimpered, but nodded his head. I reached down and took him by the hand, helping him up from his knees, leading him to the bed. Hop up there and wait for me on your hands and knees. He didn't hesitate, hurrying to get into position. He'd never been defiant, but something about his quick compliance tonight was different. I crawled after him, running my hands slowly down the graceful curve of his back and over his gorgeous, pert ass. I trailed my fingers down his crack to circle that sweet, puckered hole, making him squirm. Leaning forward, I covered Brennan's back with my chest. I continued to tease his entrance, lightly touching him as I ran small circles around the sensitive flesh. You want me in here? I growled into his ear. Yes, please, he panted, arching his back and thrusting back toward my fingers. I reached over and pulled open a drawer in the nightstand, grabbing the lube. He didn't say anything else. He just waited, trusting me to give him what he needed. I leaned back and drizzled some lube down his crack, following it down with my finger. Then I watched, entranced as the slippery finger slid inside Brennan's body. Brennan groaned and tried to push back, but I held him in place. Stay still. Tonight we do this at my pace. Do you think you can do that, Angel? I'll try, he promised, and he stilled, but his body quivered, showing me how hard it was for him to do what I asked. Good boy, I said, thrusting my finger the rest of the way inside his hole. I added more lube and a second finger,
and slowly moved in and out of his entrance. Brennan dropped his head to the bed, but kept his hips still, only whimpering instead of chasing more when I pulled my fingers out. I rubbed my hands over his ass. "You're being such a good boy tonight. It will be worth it, I promise." I repositioned my hand and added a third finger. Then I began to finger fuck him in earnest, making sure to graze his prostate with each thrust. Watching my fingers breach his body over and over made my balls ache and my cock so hard it hurt. I continued to slide my fingers in and out until Brennan was moaning non-stop and begging me for more, but he still didn't move. With my fingers still gliding in and out of his body, I leaned forward and licked a path up Brennan's spine. Then I closed my mouth over the smooth skin and bit down, sucking fiercely while still fucking him with my fingers. "Please," he cried out. "Please, I need to feel you inside of me. I need more." I leaned back on my knees behind him, looking down at him spread out before me. His hands were clenched in the sheets, and I could see how hard he was struggling not to move his hips. "Don't you worry, Angel. I'm going to give you what you need." I put my hands underneath his hips and lifted them, putting him in the position I wanted. A deep groan escaped my throat as I slid my cock into his waiting hole. His channel tightened around me, and my entire body tensed up. I held onto my control by a thread. I slid out slowly and then back in again. I'd told him we were doing things my way tonight, but I was fighting a battle between two desires, to go fast and hard, or to take it slow and make this last all night. I leaned down, pressing my forehead against the middle of Brennan's shoulder blades, and shuddered. I held on, putting one arm around Brennan's stomach, pulling him up on his arms, and stroked his back. The hand that was under his stomach grazed the leaking head of his cock, and I grasped it and began stroking him. "Please, I need," he began to beg. Hearing Brennan begging was the last straw. I braced my arm next to him on the bed and lost control. I gripped his cock tight and let the motion of my hips pounding hard against his ass drive it through my fist. I thrust into him hard and fast, spurred on by the sounds he was making, until his gasps and moans became a wail, and he began to shudder in my arms. I loved hearing him, but that wasn't enough. I had to see his face as he came. I pulled out and flipped him over, picking up his leg so I could slide back into his body and watch the feelings roll over my angel's expressive face. Gorgeous blue eyes as deep as the ocean stared up at me, and I was lost and found all at the same time. This boy was mine, and I wasn't going to let him go. "Stroke your cock," I demanded, as I pushed back into him. His hand stroked up and down fast as his breathing became more labored. He tensed, his ass squeezing my cock so tightly I could barely move, and then his entire body went stiff. Pulse after pulse of thick cum spurted from the slit of Brennan's cock, and I pulled back and slammed in hard without a rhythm, desperate to follow him into the abyss. Finally, with one last thrust, I pushed in deep and held him in place as the sensations overwhelmed me. Waves and waves of pleasure coursed through my body, and I filled him with my cum. I collapsed sideways, not wanting to crush him, but leaving one hand on his chest, not ready to break our connection. I could feel his heart pounding against my palm, racing like my own. Chapter 29. Ryder. We'd fallen into a nice routine over the past few weeks. He went home occasionally on weeknights, but he stayed for dinner even on those nights. But no matter what was going on Friday, he brought clothes and stayed until Monday morning. But what hadn't changed was our morning routine. Coffee in the morning with him had become my favorite time of the day. We drank our coffee out on the patio and talked about our upcoming day. "So," I said, taking a drink of my coffee, "I'm hoping we get this job finished up today so we can move on to the Thompson job." That's the empty house, right?
Yeah, we're redoing the kitchen so they can sell it. Speaking of which, I need to get going. I finished up the coffee and gave him a kiss. Then I headed out to meet Desi on the job site. I pulled in to find Desi's truck parked off to the side, but I didn't see him right away. I found him sitting on the front porch steps holding his small puppy. Where did that come from? I asked.
I found him in this box.
He kicked at a box on the ground in front of him.
On the side of the road. Shit, hoss, I almost ran over it. I only went back and checked the box because it was the same brand ceiling fan I knew we were putting in here, and I was afraid you got here ahead of me and lost it out of the back of the truck.
And the puppy was in the box? Like maybe he'd crawled inside?
No, man, the box was taped up. Someone dumped him. I was just waiting on you to get here to let you know where I was going. I'll have to take him to the pound.
He looked at the puppy like he was heartbroken to even say such a thing.
I would take him home, but Angela's allergic to dogs.
Let me see him, I said. He handed the puppy to me, and the little guy hit his head in the crook of my elbow. Well, aren't you just a cute little thing? Who would want to be so mean to you? I held him up in one hand to get a look at him. Looks like a lab mix of some kind, and judging by the size of those paws, he isn't going to be a small dog. I turned him so I could see his face and snapped a picture, then sent it off in a text to Brennan. Me. Look at this cute guy. Angel.
OMG, he's so cute. Does he belong to the homeowner?
No idea. Desi found him.
Like he was abandoned?
Yeah, exactly like that.
Daddy, bring him home to me, please. Brennan. I'd never wished for a way to call back a text so hard in my entire life. I was just so excited about the little puppy. I'd always wanted a dog, but my parents had never let me have one, and Patrick didn't like animals, so I couldn't get one when I was living with him either. My plan had been to get one as soon as I got a place of my own, but then I saw this little guy's adorable face, and I knew he was meant to be mine. I'd spent days thinking of Ryder as Daddy in my head, and I didn't even think before I sent the text. I was pretty sure this was something we should have talked about before I just started calling him Daddy, but it looked like that ship had sailed. I debated apologizing or sending a laughing emoji so maybe he would think I was joking around, but before I could decide, my phone buzzed with a response.
Anything for you, Angel. We're on our way.
My mind was reeling. Not only had I just called Ryder Daddy, but he was bringing me a puppy, an adorable, tiny little puppy that I had no idea how to take care of. I wondered if Daddy had ever had a dog. If so, he would know what to do. If not, I could always read about it. I didn't have much time to worry about it before I heard the truck in the driveway. I didn't hear the garage door open, so I figured he must have just parked outside. I flung open the front door and rushed out to meet them. Let me see him, I said as Ryder started towards me with a tiny little bundle of black, white, and brown fur in his arms. I knew I was overreacting, and it was just a puppy, but I was so excited I could hardly stand it. But Ryder didn't make fun of me the way my father would have. Instead, he smiled at me like I was just as precious as what he had in his arms and carefully handed him over.
Here you go, Angel. The second I saw him, I knew he was yours.
I pulled him to my chest and murmured to him that he would be okay now and that we would take care of him. I've never had a dog before, I said, looking up at Ryder.
We always had dogs growing up, so don't worry. I can show you what to do. The first thing he needs is a vet visit to make sure he's healthy. Considering where we found him, I'm assuming he hasn't had any shots.
I don't understand why anyone would dump a puppy like that. It's cruel.
It is. But he's in good hands now. Let's get inside and find the little guy a vet.
But you need to get back to work. I can take him to the vet while you do that.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. You can't leave Desi to do the work by himself. Besides, you were planning to finish up this job today, so you go back to work.
Okay. Use the card I gave you for the groceries for the vet visit. Then when I get off tonight, we can go to the city and hit one of the big pet supply stores to get everything he needs.
I went to the couch and sat down, positioning the little one so that he was lying in my lap. I think Travis mentioned having a dog. I bet he could give me the name of a vet, I said, pulling out my phone.
You're right. They have a King Charles Spaniel, I think.
I dialed the phone and put it on speaker while I waited for him to answer, so I would have both hands to gently stroke the puppy's fur. He was so tiny. Hey, Brennan, Travis answered. Hey, do you have the name of a vet? I have a puppy I need to get seen quickly. Oh, sure. Hold on and let me grab the number. But while I get it, tell me about this puppy. Did Daddy Ryder get you a dog? It didn't surprise me that that was the conclusion Travis would jump to. In his mind, all good things came from his daddy. But I felt my face flush, and I suddenly felt shy. It was one thing for me to think of him as daddy, but something else to hear someone else call him that out loud. I glanced over at Ryder, and he looked so pleased that most of the embarrassment faded. He did. Well, kind of. He and Desi found him, and he brought him home to me. He's so cute, Travis. Here, look. I used the phone to snap a picture and send it to him. Oh, he is tiny, but look at those paws. I bet he doesn't stay tiny long. Do you have a pen to take down the number? I looked over at Ryder, and he was standing there with his phone out, waiting for the number. We're ready. Okay, his name is Chris Morrison, and you can reach him at 555-6985. Awesome. Thanks, Travis. I'm going to call and see how soon he can see me. Do you have any puppy supplies? No, but Ryder has to go back to work, and he said when he gets off we can go to one of the pet stores and get what we need. Oh, if Ryder's going back to work, how about if I come and go to the vet with you? I'm off today, and then I can drive while you hold the little guy. Then you won't have to worry about how to manage him and getting there. That would be great, Travis, thanks. I wasn't surprised that Travis offered to come with me. Not only had he become a good friend to me, but when we went to the spa the other day, he'd talked about his dog like it was his baby. No problem. Just text when the appointment is, and I'll head straight over. I reached down and gave the puppy's head a scratch. Travis is going to come ride with me to the vet.
Good. Do you want me to wait until he gets here?
Goodness, no. We'll be just fine here until we can get in to see the vet. Hopefully he can get us in soon. I'm a little worried because he's sleeping like this. Shouldn't he be freaking out?
I think he's exhausted. Desi gave him water when he got him out of the box, and he drank plenty. I tell you what, let me call the vet and make the appointment for you so you can focus on him.
He dialed the number Travis had given us, and then spoke with the person who answered the phone. He explained where the puppy came from, and she said we should bring him right in. I called Travis and let him know we could go now, and he said he was on his way.
Okay, I'm going to get back to work. You just call me if you need anything.
Ryder reached over and gave the puppy a scratch.
He's a cute little guy.
He kissed me on the forehead and left. I shifted the way I was sitting, which disturbed the little one's sleep. He whimpered a little and moved further up against my body, curling up into a little ball. Don't you worry, little one. You're going to be just fine, I said, in what I hoped was a soothing voice.
Chapter 30. Ryder. I smiled all the way back to the job. Brennan had loved the puppy, but I'd known he would.
So Brennan didn't mind you bringing home a puppy then?
Desi asked when he saw the smile on my face. Did you know he's never had one? I asked.
Really?
Nope. He's going to take it to the vet and get it all checked out. But he's excited. I'll take him shopping for stuff tonight when we get done here. We got back to work, but my mind was never far from Brennan and how he was doing with the puppy. It wasn't long before my phone buzzed and I had a text from him. Angel.
I'm filling out the paperwork. I have to give him a name.
Me. You can always change it if you don't know what you want to call him.
I'm thinking Frisco, but not sure.
Put that, and if you change your mind, we can always change it.
Okay.
I didn't hear from him again for a little while, but then the phone rang.
My first thought was that the vet had found something wrong with the puppy, and I panicked. If the owner dumped him because he was sick, Brennan would be heartbroken. I should have thought it through better instead of just taking him the puppy. Hey, Angel, is everything okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Dr. Morrison said he's about 8 weeks old, but that he's small for his age. He said that might be why they dumped him, because he was the runt of the litter. He said he looks healthy enough. He gave him his first round of shots and gave me a book on taking care of a puppy. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know he said he looked healthy.
I'm glad, Angel. Desi and I should be finished up here in a few hours, and then we can go shopping for some puppy things.
Sounds good. Travis and I are going back to the house for lunch, and then I'm going to try to get some work done.
Angel, there's nothing work-wise that you need to get done today. You just love on that puppy and don't worry about work.
Someone should have told me having a puppy was like having a baby, Brennan said, collapsing on the couch.
I think once he adjusts, it won't be so bad, I said, pulling him against me.
It's not bad, he insisted. It's exhausting. Do you think the reason he cries when we aren't holding him is because he misses his litter mates?
Probably. He'll get used to it, though.
I just hate to hear him cry.
I know you do, Angel. But we have the snuggle puppy we bought him at the pet store, so let's get him settled in his crate, and then we can go to bed.
I think the snuggle puppy will help. I know I sleep better when I have my snuggle daddy with me, he said.
Oh, you're snuggled daddy, huh? I teased, grabbing and tickling him. He squirmed and laughed as he faked trying to get away. We continued playing around until we were both breathless, and we collapsed on the couch.
Can I ask you a question?
He asked. Sure you can.
You really like it when I call you Daddy?
Yes, Angel, I really like it.
Can you tell me why?
Because when you call me Daddy, that tells me that you know that you can count on me and depend on me to take care of you. And it means even more to me coming from you, because I know how hard that is for you to depend on other people. But I like that you are capable and independent, so you don't depend on me because you need to. Instead of needing me to take care of you, you're choosing to let me, and that means a lot to me.
I hadn't thought about it like that,
he said.
I love that you want to take care of me. I was worried that it would make me feel, I don't know, weak, maybe. But it doesn't. Instead, knowing that I have someone I can count on makes me feel stronger. But if I call you Daddy, shouldn't you have a special name for me? Like, shouldn't you call me your boy then? He asked.
I can if you want me to, but I already have a special name for you.
I like it when you call me Angel, he said quietly, dropping his head. But if it matters to you...
I put my finger under his chin and lifted his head. I've been thinking of you as my boy for a long time now, so for me, nothing's changed.
I don't want to call you Daddy around other people. Is that okay? I mean, I know Travis calls Max Daddy all the time, but...
Angel, you don't have to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. I would never want that. The beauty of a daddy-boy relationship is that it's individual to us. There aren't any rules for how this works. We do whatever works for us as a couple. And just like any other relationship grows, so will that dynamic. We just have to communicate how we're feeling. I leaned over and kissed his temple. Now, let's go to bed.
Chapter 31. Brennan. The next Thursday, I wasn't sure if Ryder would go meet the guys at the bar or not. He hadn't gone last week, and we'd spent every night together. We hadn't talked about it, but I didn't want him to stop seeing his friends just because I was here. I wondered if I should bring it up or wait to see if he did when I got a text from Travis. Travis. It's Thursday. You know what that means? Me. Daddy time? Travis. Yep. Want to go out? Sure. Where? We could go shopping or to a movie, or we could go dancing. Oh, I haven't been dancing in ages. Let's go. You could ask Keegan if he wants to go. I should.
He always invites me to do stuff with his friends. I smiled to myself as I sent Keegan a text to see if he wanted to go with us. Travis was becoming a good friend, but I missed hanging out with Keegan. It didn't take long for Keegan to reply. Keegan. Oh, I'm totally in. Did you leave any of your shorts here? I don't have anything to wear to a gay club. Me. Check the drawers. I'm sure something's still there. When are you going to get the rest of your stuff? You trying to get rid of me? Nope. Just making sure you aren't hedging your bets. Nope. I'm all in. Good. LOL. Pick me up at 7? Yep. I'll see you then. Ryder. I walked into Big O's and went straight back to where the guys sat. I motioned for Josh to get me a beer and took a seat. Hey, man, Lucas said. I didn't expect to see you here tonight. Honestly, I didn't think I would be, but Brennan insisted I go out. I think his exact words were, "Go play with your daddy friends," I said, laughing. I like him, Cooper said. He's good for you. Yeah, he and Travis are going somewhere tonight, Max said. That's what Brennan said. So it's going well? Owen asked. It is. We sat around for a bit, talking about work and the possibility of a future motorcycle trip. Cooper wanted us to wait until summer was over so he could take off and go. I thought a fall trip east through the leaves would be fun. Do you think the boys would want to go? Max asked me. I don't see why not. Brennan likes to ride. He did make a comment about not wanting to go camping with his friend, though, because sleeping on the ground didn't sound like fun to him. I'm with Brennan. I'm getting too damn old to sleep on the ground. I said we get rooms this time instead of camping. There are a couple of the state parks that have yurts. We could stay there, Lucas said. We tossed around ideas for where we could stay on our trip for a while, until the door opened, and Brennan, Travis, and Keegan walked in. Fuck, Cooper said. What are your boys up to tonight? All three of them were dressed to go dancing, and they looked stunning. I watched as they headed back to where we sat, and it took everything in me not to grab Brennan up, put him on the back of my motorcycle, and carry his hot little ass home. I turned on my stool to face him, and he sidled up between my legs, giving me a kiss. I wasn't sure what had gotten into my normally shy angel, but I wasn't complaining. I slid my hand up into his hair and tightened my fingers just enough for him to feel the tug, but not enough to hurt. I held him in place as I ravished his mouth with mine. When I pulled back, his pupils were blown, and he looked a little dazed. So you boys are going dancing then, I said. Yeah, we just stopped by to say hello and steal a couple of kisses, Travis said, going up on his toes to kiss Max. Y'all be careful, and call me if you need anything, I insisted. Then I pulled out my wallet and took out some cash. Take this, just in case you need it. I have money, he said. I know you do, but I want you to take this. Use it to buy whatever you need, dinner, drinks, or anything. Or hold on to it and give it back later, but I'll feel better knowing you have it if you need it. Okay. Remember what I told you about trusting your instincts. He nodded yes, and I kissed his forehead. You call me any time. He leaned close enough so he could talk without anyone else hearing him. Thank you, Daddy. I pressed a kiss to his cheek, letting him know how much I loved hearing him call me Daddy. I was surprised he said anything, even that quietly in front of Keegan, but when I glanced his way to see if he heard what Brennan said, I was pretty sure he hadn't. He was too busy watching Owen to pay attention to us. Looked like the straight boy had a bit of a crush on Owen. He wouldn't be the first straight guy in the bar to let Owen make him wonder. Y'all better get going if you're going to have time to eat before you go to the club. That's the plan, right? Food before alcohol, Max said, glaring at Travis. Yes, I promise we'll stop for food first. I was guessing there was a story behind that, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't know where they were going to go for food dressed the way they were, but Travis seemed to have a plan. I gave Brennan another quick kiss,
and they left.
Brennan. We stopped to eat at a place right next to the club. Travis said they were used to people coming in from next door to eat, so our clothing wouldn't stand out. "So, how's the puppy doing?" Travis asked. "He's adorable. It took a few nights for him to sleep, but we bought him this stuffed toy that has a heartbeat, and it's supposed to make them feel less alone."
"Good. He's such a tiny little thing," Keegan said.
"I need to run to the bathroom," Travis said. "Will you order me a mushroom and Swiss burger and some sweet potato fries if she comes back for our order before I get back?" "Sure thing." As soon as he was gone, Keegan put down his menu and stared at me.
"What?" "You called him Daddy. I heard you." I stared at him for a minute, debating what to say. Keegan was a good friend, but I knew the whole daddy thing might be a bit much for a straight guy to understand. But then I figured there was no point in trying to hide it. Keegan was too much a part of my life for him not to figure it out. I did. I grabbed my drink and busied myself with the straw, and then took a drink so I would have an excuse not to look at him. It was kind of hot. I choked on my drink. "You can't say shit like that while I'm taking a drink." "What? It was. He's this bigger, stronger, older guy, and he looks at you like you're the most important thing in the world. Then he got all, 'Take this money and call me if you need me,' which was nice. But then when you leaned in and said, 'Thank you, Daddy,' his eyes closed for a second, and it was like he forgot to breathe. It was hot, that's all I'm saying." "I didn't think you were paying attention to us. I thought you were too distracted by Owen." "I already told you I thought Owen was hot. If I played for your team, he'd totally be my type." "So you said. You know he's a daddy, too." "Really? Is that what that is? The Thursday Night Daddies Club?"
"No," I said, laughing. "What's so funny? What did I miss?" Travis asked, taking his seat.
"I asked if the guys at the bar were like the Thursday Night Daddies Club," Keegan said with a shrug.
Travis chuckled. "That's a good name for them. Why? Are you interested? 3 of them are still single."
"Nope, I'm a boob man myself. But like I was telling Bren here, I can see the appeal."
We ordered our food and then talked while we waited for it to arrive. Keegan told us about his job, and I told cute puppy stories. Once the food arrived, Travis took a picture of his and then sent it off in a text message. I had to show him my food so he would see that I really was eating. He doesn't like it when I drink on an empty stomach. A couple of minutes later, his phone pinged, and he picked it up to look at it. He got the sweetest look on his face when he read it. "What did he say?" I asked, and he turned his phone around to show us. There was Travis's text, which said, "See, food as promised." Then the picture of the burger. Next was Max's reply. "Good boy. Don't drink too much, and I'll have a reward waiting for you when you get home." Keegan shoulder bumped me. "See? Hot." Chapter 32. Brennan. I sat in the office with the patio door open, watching Frisco run around in the backyard. It hadn't taken him but about a week to settle in. He would run outside and pounce on a leaf, then rush back to me and look up at me, waiting for me to tell him he did a good job. I had no idea that having a puppy would be so entertaining, but I loved it. I was finishing up the week's invoices while we played and thinking about how perfect things were. I hadn't spent a single night at Keegan since we brought Frisco home, and more of my clothes had migrated from his house to Ryder's. Travis and I were taking bets the other day about how long it would take before he realized I was basically living here. We were supposed to meet for lunch today, and I was about to text him and let him know I was ready. But before I had a chance, my phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was my mother. I was tempted to ignore her call. I was having such a great day. The last thing I wanted was to listen to all the reasons I should move back home. But I knew I would feel guilty if I didn't answer, so I took a deep breath and pushed the button. "Hey, Mom." "Hey, Brennan, guess what?"
What?"
"We're coming to see you."
"Really? When?"
They never traveled, so I couldn't imagine they were coming here. Well, according to the GPS on my phone, in about 20 minutes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we're going to Austin for a quilt show. I'm so excited. But anyway, we thought we'd stop and see you on our way through.
Mom, I'm at work. You should have called first. I could have taken the day off. Why don't you go on to the hotel and I'll come and see you this weekend?
Nonsense. We're almost there.
How do you know where here is?
You told me the name of the company. I know how to use the computer, you know. The only thing is, this looks like a residential neighborhood.
It is, Mom. My car's parked in front of the garage, I said with a sigh. This should be fun. I thought about running to the bathroom and removing the nail polish I got at the spa. I knew my father would hate it, but I loved it. No, I decided. I wasn't going to change anything for them. Thanks to Travis's friendship and my daddy's support, I was finally learning who I was, and I liked that person a lot. I sent a text to Travis letting him know I had to bail on lunch, and sent Ryder a text letting him know they were coming. I don't know what I thought he could do about it, but I needed a pep talk or something, and he always said I should let him know when something was wrong. Me. My parents are coming here. Ryder.
When?
Like now. No warning, just a call saying they were only a few minutes away. I'm on my way home.
You don't have to do that.
Angel, I'll be there in 20 minutes. I took a deep breath and scooped up Frisco, cuddling him close. Just knowing Daddy was on his way made me feel better. Not that he could do anything about how difficult my parents were, but he could hold me after they were gone, and that would help. It didn't take them long to get there, and I opened the door to let them in. My mother hugged me and followed me inside. My father trailed behind us, a scowl on his face. I thought this was a construction company, he said. It's a home remodeling business. No, it's a house. It's a business that the owner runs out of his house, I said calmly. Come this way and I'll show you my office. They followed me through the living room into the office. I took a minute and looked at my space, trying to see it through their eyes instead of mine. It did look like a home office, but it was definitely an office. I watched as my father slowly took it all in. He stepped over near the desk and looked at the corkboard that hung above it. Just a couple of days ago, I'd placed a picture front and center of me and Ryder out on the patio. We were laying on the lounge chair with Frisco, and there was no doubt we were a couple. Travis had snapped it last weekend when he and Max had come by for us to go riding. He'd texted me the picture, and I knew I had to print it out. We looked so happy. My father didn't say anything, just turned and looked at me. So this is it? This is the fabulous job you've settled for? He motioned around the office. I would have thought you'd have learned your lesson with that other guy, but apparently not. What? I asked, trying to figure out what he was talking about. You have to learn to stand on your own 2 feet, Brennan. We didn't pay for you to go to school so you could answer phones in someone's house. You need to come back to Tyler. I can get you a job at your Uncle Preston's business. I don't want to come back to Tyler. And I don't want to work for Uncle Preston. I like it here. I like my job, and this isn't about what you want, Brennan. This is about your future. And there's no future for you answering phones here in this rinky-dink little business. There is nothing rinky-dink about it. Ryder does amazing work. He has a wonderful reputation, and Davis Construction and Remodeling is a very successful business. He walked over to the corkboard and thrust his finger out, pointing at the picture of me and Ryder. Right. And let me guess. This is the owner of Davis Construction and Remodeling. So what if it is? Like I said, you need to learn to stand on your own 2 feet instead of depending on someone else to support you. I tensed up at that, and I must have squeezed Frisco because he made a distressed sound, and both my parents looked at him, noticing him for the first time. I murmured apologies to him, and he settled right back into the crook of my arm. What's that you're holding? My mother asked, like my father hadn't just been talking to me like I was a child. She'd always done that. She never told him he should stop or took up for me, but she did try to redirect the conversation, kind of like their acceptance of the fact that I was gay, but not of who I was as a person.
It was both better than nothing, and at the same time, nowhere near enough. "This is Frisco," I answered, playing along like always. What I wanted to do was tell my father he didn't know anything about me or my life or my job, but it was easier to just avoid the fight. "Is he your dog?" my mother asked.
"He belongs to both of us," a deep voice said from the doorway.
I turned and looked at Ryder, standing in the doorway glaring at my father, and I knew my mother's distraction wasn't going to prevent what was coming next.
"You really don't know your son at all, do you?"
"Excuse me?" my father asked, pushing his chest out like a pissed-off rooster.
"Your son doesn't need to learn to stand on his own 2 feet, and not because I'm willing to take care of him, although I am more than happy to do that, but because he already knows how. He's one of the most independent, strong men I know, and he has single-handedly doubled my business since he took this job. I'm damn lucky to have him working here, and even luckier to have him in my life."
I smiled at him, because it was amazing to have him stick up for me like that. No one had ever done that before. He held out his hand to me, and I switched Frisco to my other arm and took it. He pulled me to his side and kissed my temple, then turned his attention back to my father.
"You're standing here in the home that I share with Brennan and making assumptions about things you know nothing about, and I won't stand here and listen while you do it. So you can either treat him with respect, or you can leave."
I chuckled, and everyone turned to look at me. I knew it was an odd time for me to laugh, but still, I couldn't help myself. "Sorry," I said, trying to swallow down my laugh. "It's just that we were taking bets on whether or not you'd noticed I'd moved in."
"Oh, believe me, I noticed."
I smiled at him, ignoring my parents entirely. Whoever won was supposed to buy drinks on our next spa day. My father cleared his throat, and I looked over at him. I handed Frisco over to Ryder and turned to face my father. "Look, I'm aware that this job is not what you had in mind for me, and I know you don't understand my choices, but I'm happy here. I love my job." I glanced over at Ryder and then went for it. "And I love Ryder. This is my home, and I would love for you guys to be able to come to visit, but if you can't keep your criticism to yourself, it isn't going to work." My father looked at me. I mean, really looked at me for the first time I could remember.
"I just worry. I always have. But obviously you're doing just fine. Why don't you tell me about the things you've done to single-handedly double this business you're running here?"
For just a second I thought maybe he was mocking me, but when I looked at him, I didn't see anything but honest interest. "I don't know that I actually doubled it, but let me show you what I've done."
"Ryder. Mrs. Taylor, why don't you let me show you the house while they talk business?" I said, smiling at Brennan's mother.
"Please, call me Margaret," she said. "I would love to see it. I love old houses like this. They have so much character."
She went with me, and I led her up the stairs. As soon as we were up there, she let out a long sigh.
"I never thought I would see the day. Those two have been at odds since the day Brennan came out. Not that we cared that he was gay, we'd always suspected as much, but because Ted worried that Brennan would be treated poorly."
"I know homophobia is a worry for most parents when their child comes out."
"Oh, no, that wasn't what Ted worried about. Well, I mean, of course we were concerned. But what Ted worried about was that he would find himself in a situation where he was taken advantage of."
"What do you mean?"
"Brennan was always more sensitive than the other boys his age. He cared so deeply and always wore his heart on his sleeve. Ted worried that if he couldn't take care of himself, he would fall prey to a man who would take advantage of that."
"Really?"
"He said men are assholes, pardon my language, and that Brennan would be an easy mark."
"Well, I can't really argue with him there. Men can be assholes," I said with a shrug. She chuckled and then nodded.
"But not you?"
"I'll try not to be, especially where your son is concerned. I do love him. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and not just because of what he's done for my business."
"Okay. That's good enough for me. Now, why don't you show me the rest of this magnificent house?
Margaret and Ted didn't stay long. They needed to get on to the hotel, and they were meeting friends there for dinner and didn't want to be late. They agreed to meet up again later in the weekend and went on their way. As soon as they left, I sat down on the couch and motioned for Brennan to join me. I expected him to sit beside me, but instead, he crawled into my lap. I let out a contented sigh and wrapped my arms around him. "Are you okay, Angel?"
I don't know. That was weird and stressful. There's a reason why I came here to stay with Keegan instead of going home when Patrick left. They love me, I know they do, but that doesn't mean they understand me.
He laid his head on my chest, and we just sat there like that for a minute. Then he raised his head and looked at me.
Thank you, Daddy. No one has ever stood up for me like that. I don't think I have ever had anyone believe in me the way you do.
Any time, Angel. I mean that. I'll always have your back. And I meant every word of it. You're everything to me. And I love you. He smiled at me and put his head back down.
I love you too.
Chapter 33. Ryder. It had been a hell of a week, and wrenching my back hanging a chandelier in the foyer of the house we were working on had just been the icing on the cake. But it had either been twist and try to keep hold of it or drop the heavy thing. Not only was it expensive, but it had been custom-made and taken forever, so there was no way I was dropping it. We finished up for the day, and by the time I made it to the house, it hurt to move. I was trying to remember what the best treatment was for a pulled muscle, ice or heat, I could never remember, when I pulled in the garage. I tried not to walk like I was in pain, but I didn't really think I pulled it off. I went straight to the fridge and pulled out a beer, and when I turned, Brennan was standing there, looking at me.
What happened? Why are you wincing?
It's nothing ibuprofen won't fix, I assured him. But he gave me a look that told me he wasn't buying it. I just twisted funny and pulled a muscle in my back. It'll be fine, honest, Angel.
Let me see, Daddy.
There's nothing to see, it just hurts a little.
Okay. Dinner won't be ready for an hour, but let me grab you some painkillers.
I'll carry some in the truck, and I already took some on the way home.
You know what? I have an idea. While we wait on dinner, let me give you a massage. I've heard I have pretty talented hands.
You won't get any arguments from me, I said. Where do you want me?
Upstairs on the bed,
Brennan said. I followed him up, trying not to wince as I walked up the stairs.
You strip while I grab a towel and some of the oils I saw in the bathroom. I don't even know what you have all those for.
Maybe someday I'll show you, I teased. Then I did as he said and stripped off my clothes. Boxers on or off? I asked.
Off, he called back from the bathroom.
He came back out with supplies, then he walked over to the bed and laid out an oversized towel and motioned to it with one hand.
Okay, lie down on your stomach, arms to your sides, and get comfortable.
I did as he instructed and climbed onto the bed on my stomach, placing my arms down at my sides. I turned my head so that I could watch him as he got ready. He hadn't turned on the bedroom light, and the sun was setting, giving the room a dim glow through the open windows.
Relax, he said, as he moved to the side of the bed.
Whatever you say, Angel. Between the soft lighting and knowing that my boy was taking care of me, I was feeling pretty laid back and was looking forward to my first massage in ages. I didn't think relaxing would be a problem at all until I heard fabric rustle and looked over at him. He was stripping off his clothes, and I chuckled. Angel, if you want me to relax, you getting naked probably isn't the best idea. He swatted my naked ass playfully and said,
You don't worry about what I'm doing, Daddy. You just lay there and do what you're told.
Oh, my. Feeling a little bossy there, aren't you, Angel?
Yep. Now you just let me take care of you.
I heard a bottle cap flick open and took a deep breath, pleased with the strong vanilla smell mixed with jasmine. That smells good. It's one of my favorites, I said. I felt the bed dip as he crawled up on the bed with me, and I let my eyes drift shut, enjoying the anticipation of his touch. I heard him rubbing his hands together, warming the oil, and then felt him touch my shoulders. I moaned out loud. He'd just started, and it already felt amazing. He moved his warm hands over my back. Starting at my shoulders, he worked from the middle of my back out to my arms and then back in, changing up the pressure and stopping only long enough to add a little more oil. He worked down to my lower back and spine, until he hit the sore spot that made me flinch. "Ah, there it is," he said. He rubbed his hands over my lower spine to my sides, gently at first, then harder, working the knots out. Once he was satisfied that he'd gotten rid of all of them, he warmed a little more oil in his hands and moved down over my exposed buttocks. A low moan escaped my throat as his ministrations changed from therapeutic to something else entirely. His fingers kneaded my flesh, causing me to have goosebumps. His touch made my cock hard as his hands massaged my firm ass. "Your body is so perfect," he said. "I love the way your muscles are lean and strong instead of bulky like those guys at the gym. Yours are different because they come from hard work." He stopped for a moment, and I opened my eyes and looked back at him. He gave me a wicked grin, and then resumed his massage over both sides and down towards the back of my thighs. He worked his warm hands over each leg, and then back up from my inner thigh to the crease where my legs met my ass. Each large circle brought his hands from low on my thighs up and around each cheek of my ass. "Daddy," he whispered. "Yes, Angel." "Roll over," he said, but I barely heard him. His voice had gone husky, and when I looked back over my shoulder at him, I saw that he was every bit as hard as I was. I rolled to my back, and he wasted no time climbing up on top of me. He swung his legs over me, then leaned down, giving me a kiss. He picked up the oil and poured some in his hand, then grabbed my cock, giving it a couple of strokes to make it slick. He grinned at me and said in a teasing tone, "This isn't normally part of the massage, so you know. It's only for special customers like you." "There better not be any other customers, period," I growled, and he laughed and tugged on my chest hair. "That isn't something you have to worry about." He positioned my cock at his hole, and I met his eyes and watched his face as he slowly lowered himself, taking me all the way inside his body. I groaned, dropping my head back against the pillows. He started to move, slowly at first, then gradually picking up speed. I placed my hands on his hips, gripping them tightly. It took everything in me not to take control and direct his movements. Fuck, Angel, this is so good. So fucking good. I watched him as he moved, his curls dancing around his face, and his cock bouncing as he rode me. "Oh shit, I'm going to come," he gasped, increasing the speed of his movements. He dropped his head back, gripping my thighs with his hands to steady himself, and cried out as streams of cum shot from his cock. The combination of seeing him shoot hands-free with the tightening of his channel around my cock triggered my own release, and I held him still as I thrust up into him, reveling in the feel of his body around mine as I came. Chapter 34. Brennan. I was sitting out on the patio with Travis and Keegan drinking mojitos, while Ryder, Max, Owen, and Lucas were in the house playing poker. "I'd much rather sit out here in the sun than be in there playing cards. I never got the appeal," Travis said. "I used to play back in college. Remember, Bren?" "I remember you losing, but not so much you playing," I teased. "What are you boys going on about out here?" Ryder asked, stepping outside. "Nothing much. How's the game coming?" I asked. "I'm out. Owen's taking everyone's money as usual. But that isn't why I came out here." "Oh, no? Then what did you come out here for?" "This." He leaned down and kissed me. And to find out if there are any more of those peanut butter brownies? I looked, but I didn't find any.
They're in a container in the pantry. I knew if I put them out all at once, no one else would even get any because you'd eat them all.
That's not true at all. I shared the ones you put out. But just because you said that, I'm not sharing the ones that are left.
He turned and went back into the house, and I chuckled.
So things are going pretty great with you two, huh?
Keegan asked. They are.
I'm really happy for you, Bren. I remember when we'd sit up late at night and drink way too much, talking about what we wanted out of life. And this is it. This is what you always wanted.
I looked around and took it all in. The house, a job that let me be at home, my friends, but most of all, my daddy. And I realized that he was right. This right here was everything I ever wanted and more. You know, you're right. I got everything I wanted, and all it took was a busted pipe and meltdown in the local hardware store to get it.
Who knew?
This concludes Rider by Jackie James.